Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the special city council meeting for January 27th, 2026. We have a quorum. Let's begin the meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Maloney?
Present.
Vice Mayor Pearson?
Present.
And could you make a statement on your remote participation, please?
Yes, pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, I'm appearing remotely due to a medical issue.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Here.
Mayor Meyer?
Here, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
Under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public comment for tonight's items will be 3 minutes each. In order to ensure that all speakers feel welcome to share their views, members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items listed on the special meeting agenda. I have one speaker in person, Danny.
Okay. Sorry, get my visual aids together. All right, well, people have asked, why don't I run for office? Well, the answer is what we're going through right now is the reason. For the life of me, I'm trying to understand the rationale of your counsel. I'm not a lawyer, but it just doesn't make sense. This weekend's Minnesota killing just makes the recommendations of your counsel and therefore your silence dumbfounding. But then it hit me. They're circling the wagons. And all of you think you're on the inside. Darren's gone. She's leaving. Peachman, I figure, is sheltered by BPOA. They're getting their stories together. They're trying to paint a narrative. Did Yolanda hit her own head? Was she ill that morning? Was she even detained? All of that lawyer speak. And you five are on the outside looking in. Now that's why I would never run for office. Before November 5th, the answer was simple. I think I can do more on the outside than over there. Now, I would not be silent. Whatever reason your hands are tied, I just couldn't do it. I couldn't. I would be demanding to see the video. I would be livid if anyone told me, we got this. I just couldn't do it. You all must have your reasons. I mean, I like most of you, so this is hurting me. But I think you guys truly believe you're on the inside of the wagons that are circled. And you're not. You're not. Two of you are going to be, I guess, running this year. 3 of you in 2 years. We need to do better. Oh, and I'm going to call in since one of you is missing for the next open comment.
I have no additional speaker cards in person. Anyone online who would like to raise their hand to make a public comment may do so now.
Just real quickly, with the council's indulgence, Mr. Dorman, you left something at your seat. I don't know if you want to take it with you.
And I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to recess to closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Maloney,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Yes, and there's nobody present in the room with me.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes, we are in recess to closed session. Thank you.
And just before you do, can I make a clarification for the record? Vice Mayor Pearson, you indicated that you're participating remotely via Government Code Section 54953. I just wanted to clarify, I think you're participating under Just Cause, which is 54953.8.3. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are now in recess to closed session. Thank you for waiting. We'll start in just a moment. Thank you for waiting. We are coming back from closed session. There is nothing to report. Do I have a motion to adjourn closed session?
So moved. I'll second.
Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Maloney,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Pearson is absent.
So we are adjourned from closed session. And do we have an answer?
She just said that she's.
Okay. We are moving into our regular city council meeting. We have a quorum, so we can begin with a roll call, please.
Councilmember Maloney,
Present.
Vice Mayor Pearson is absent. Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Here.
Mayor Meyer,
Here, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We are going to start with a presentation. I'd like to invite Eric Anstedt, Chief Assistant County Administrator, to present an update on the East County Service Center.
Good evening. Good evening, Council. I'm Eric Angstedt, Chief Assistant County Administrator for Contra Costa County, and I'm here with my Senior Management Analyst, Cora Young, and we're happy to give you a brief update on the East County Service Center project that's here in the city of Brentwood. See, the slides are up. So I'm going to cover a little bit of the background for how we got here, current site overview, talk about the project, and a little bit about how it integrates with the Brentwood specific plan. So for background, the Contra Costa County did a 20-year capital master plan that the Board of Supervisors adopted in September of 2022. Goals of that for county-wide stuff were improving equity access to services and overall customer experience, reduce our facility and real estate related costs, increase collaboration and resource sharing between departments, provide flexibility in new workspaces, and continue to increase sort of technology adoption throughout the county. One of the things that we found throughout the master planning process was East County had the highest population growth over the last decade and continues to have the highest population growth in Contra Costa County. It's also home to the second largest population of county staff. So many of our staff live out here in East County, but it had the lowest number of county facilities. So it's been underserved for decades. So as part of that master plan, the Board of Supervisors agreed that the first of these new county aggregated service centers would be built in East County. The county's owned the 6 vacant undeveloped parcels along Technology Way in Brentwood for almost 20 years now, 15 years, since 2011. So they were bought before I came to the county, and it was always thought that there would be some kind of county facility out here in Brentwood. And that was confirmed again in the 2022 master plan. And we were able to buy the large 5-acre parcel directly south of those 6 parcels, giving us a total site area of just under 8 acres. Next, please. So what we're planning to build there is about a 117,000 square foot, 3-story building that will house at the end approximately 440 county staff. It's bringing together 8 major county departments. The largest tenant will be the Employment and Human Services Department, with multiple of their divisions that provide a lot of the services that county residents need: child and family services, adult and aging services, workforce services, the Workforce Development Board, community services. Health Services also wants to have a number of their administrative programs, like their infant nutrition program and other non-clinical programs in that building. The Clerk, Recorder, and Elections wants to have an office so that people don't have to go all the way into Martinez to get clerk services or election-related materials. Veteran Services, and then the Public Defender, District Attorney, and Probation all want office space out here because many of the clients that they're dealing with are in East County. And the Board of Supervisors District 3 office is also going to be in the building. And then we'll also have support services like IT and other smaller sections in there to support all of those 8 major service departments. And then it will also have on-site security in the building. So to give a quick overview of the site, for anyone who's not totally familiar with this, and I know most of you are because you're in Brentwood, but many of the rest of the county isn't, that blue outline is the 6 parcels on Technology Way, and then the large 5-acre parcel to the south. Next, please. The entire site is flat and undeveloped currently. There's not a lot of development surrounding it. Right now, you have some residential stuff to the west. Next. Looking from the Technology Way corner, it is again, flat open field with almost no trees. Those 2 trees are on the Jack in the Box site there on the corner of Technology Way and Brentwood Boulevard. And again, from Brentwood Boulevard looking up, it's a large undeveloped site. And then you have additional undeveloped parcels to the south. And then across the Technology Way, you have a variety of commercial buildings, the AutoZone, and there's also a small daycare school on the corner as well. So the project itself, what we're proposing is this is a isometric angle rendering of the 3-story building. So it will have a large public plaza between the building and Technology Way. It will front on Technology Way. And it's designed to hopefully be a space that when the county is not in service with the buildings, that it's also a programmable space. So we've done a similar building complex in downtown Martinez. And with the public plaza spaces, what we like to do is at least offer for the city to have the ability to use that space for programming, after 5 on weekdays and on the weekends. So again, that's something that it's an offer we'll make to the city when it's ready. We can have a discussion and see if we can enter into a memorandum of understanding about using it, but it is something that we, as the county, will absolutely approach the city about when the project is completed. Here's sort of an overview. The parking will be shaded with significant tree cover, and again, these are still not final drawings because we're still in the tail end of the design process. We're also working to potentially cover a significant portion of the parking lot with solar so that we can generate enough power to power the building and have it be net zero. But again, that is subject to future financing arrangements that we're currently in discussion with some of the county vendors. We've, in response to, people may have seen an earlier concept drawing from earlier of 2025 that had a very different looking building. The design is developed over the last year. We have had contact with city staff and some city electeds, And some of the feedback we got was a preference for things that related more to Brentwood. So we've changed the color palette on the building. We've changed the facades. And we're trying to bring in, the colors and this will also be reflected on the interior decorations, the art, the graphics, the agricultural history of Brentwood. So here are some renderings of it looking east from the sort of Technology Way, from the west, and then a couple of distant shots just to show you how far off kind of Brentwood Boulevard it is. From the Technology Way, the tree screen is going to keep the building almost invisible. Here from Brentwood Boulevard, looking up Technology, if you could just go back for 1 sec. You can see that the building itself is back from Brentwood Boulevard by about 450 feet. So it is significantly set back from Brentwood Boulevard. Then next slide, thanks. And then this is looking from Nancy toward it. So again, it is significantly set back and will be significantly screened with the vegetation and on the parking lot. So then just a little notes in terms of the Brentwood specific plan. Only that southern 5-acre parcel is actually in the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan area. The parcels along Technology Way are not. The sidewalks and street fixtures along Brentwood Boulevard will be developed consistent with the Brentwood Boulevard standards and in conjunction with the standards that the city of Brentwood has, so that the public right-of-ways are up to the city of Brentwood standards and their desire to have a cohesive and uniform presentation along Brentwood Boulevard. We are reserving some of the space for a potential future county building in that parking area along Brentwood Boulevard. So the hope is that maybe in the future, the Health Services Division will develop a medical clinic there to continue expanding the Contra Costa Regional Hospital's network of care out here, and then that would front on Brentwood Boulevard and be integrated with the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan, desire to have that sort of commercial frontage along Brentwood Boulevard. And again, we're providing either a dense tree cover or a dense solar and tree cover for the parking lot, and then the large plaza on the north side, like I said, offering a civic space. It can hold up probably up to 200 people. It'll have a small stage, it'll have power. And so again, it's something that we hope that we can enter into an agreement with the city of Brentwood for joint use of that, because we do want to have it be available as a city amenity. And then just some elevation, sort of the traditional views of, as you can see, the various elements of the building. On the front side there, on that right-hand side, that second floor element is providing shade to the plaza. And behind that is two large conference rooms that'll also be available for civic events, but also the way the building is going to be designed, that will be a sort of a cooling and center for power outages. So we will have the ability to power that section of the building separately from our solar and battery backup power. So in the event of outages, especially outages during the summer when there's high temperatures, when sensitive users might need a cooling center, that will be available as an emergency refuge space, or also with the air filtering that will be available will also be if we have some of those wildfire days where you get the incredible smoke, like when a couple of years ago when the sky turned orange. It will also be a refuge center for those that might have breathing difficulties or asthma or something and need to take refuge into place. So it'll be part of our emergency services thing, and we'll have a separate electrical system that will be powered. We're also using geothermal energy primarily for the main heating and cooling of the building. And the building is going to be built out of a technology called mass timber, which is, again, a leading sort of sustainability technology that will allow us to really improve the carbon footprint of the building over concrete or steel. And then this is sort of the south side. This is the staff sort of entrance. And that pretty much ends my update. I'm happy to take questions or hear comments or whatever you would like.
Thank you. Does council have, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure that I check in. I was still trying to log in when the meeting started, but I'm Patricia Pearson here present, and I am here remotely. under the Just Cause. Thank you so much for your presentation. I do want to say that I'm grateful for the opportunities. This is in my district. I'm thankful for the opportunities that we've had to check in. I think that you all took into consideration a lot of our comments and input, and so I am very appreciative of that. I do have a couple of questions. Some of them were answered in our meeting, but I think that they should be answered public facing. One of them is, will you all be providing any employment opportunities that are additional employment opportunities with the expansion of this building being here that I know we can't guarantee them to Brentwood residents, but will there be employment opportunities? And then I have follow-up questions as well.
Sure. So both during construction, so we as the county, we always use full union construction with project labor agreement. And with that comes apprenticeship programs that all of the trades run. So during construction, there will be opportunities for apprenticeship programs in all of the trades. And then once the building is open, the Workforce Development Board will be there, and the county's Workforce Development Board provides a number of job opportunities, job counseling, and job skills training. And so operationally, yes, there will be a gateway for people to look for employment both in the county employee base as well as getting help for any other job opportunities and developing their job skills for employment.
Besides the solar panels, what other things is the county going to do to reduce our carbon imprint? Would there be any EV chargers for both the county vehicles as well as the public?
Yes. So there will be extensive electric vehicle charging, both in the staff parking areas, for the staff fleet, and for the public-facing parking.
And then also, this was a question that I brought up. With the type of offices that will be coming in this area, will there be opportunities to, could it be detrimental to some of our residents? For example, registered sex offenders coming to check into these offices near to schools?
So the probation department will have offices in there, and it will be their responsibility to make sure that their clients are complying with the rules of their probation. So if there's somebody who cannot come to this office for service, the probation office will be going to them for service.
Okay, and then thank you for telling more about the greenery and the vegetation. Will there be any improvements to Brentwood Boulevard? As we know that we have a current, we're trying to improve that street. It used to be the old Highway 4 before we got the road fixed. Will the county be providing any improvements to Brentwood Boulevard?
Yeah, so all of the property that touches along the public right-of-ways, the standard improvements like sidewalks, landscaping, all of that will be done in conjunction with the city of Brentwood, because that is something that is in the city's jurisdiction. So there'll be encroachment permits for all of the work that's required to put in the standard, streetscape improvements.
Thank you. That's all of my questions, Mayor.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I know city staff has asked for the traffic survey because that's one of the residents' biggest concerns. Do you know when we on council and the public can expect that?
Yeah, the mitigated negative declaration should be published either the end of this week or the Monday next week.
Okay. Can you make sure that our staff gets an email so that we can know when it's available? Thank you. Also, there's a lot of homes right there off of Technology Way. They have concerns about all the traffic that's going to be coming down their side street. What's the reason for having the entrance on Technology Way, which is kind of a residential side, versus Brentwood Boulevard, which can take probably a bigger load of traffic?
Partly it's the shape of the site and the length of the building. It would be hard to have an entry that would face Brentwood Boulevard. And then the second thing is we're reserving some of that land for potential future county site that would be on Brentwood Boulevard and face Brentwood Boulevard.
Okay, when will you be having a town hall to address the residents and their concerns? So the traffic, the architecture, all of that good stuff.
We weren't planning on having a town hall.
Okay, so I would suggest that you have a town hall with the residents and get their feedback. We take their opinions in when we're making decisions. So I think that's important if you want to be a partner to the city and to the residents. I think that's important that the county do that.
We'll consider it.
Questions?
Just a comment. Thank you very much for providing the update. I appreciate that you actually came and showed this presentation to all 5 of us. So, and the community and everyone watching. So I do agree. I think a community meeting would be beneficial just to get people to actually listen and interact, kind of like how Contra Costa Fire did it for Fire Station 90. And I think it just brings people's concerns up front. But it would be awesome if you guys could do that.
Yeah, as I said, we'll consider it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to move up two of the proclamations before public comments. That would be F3 and F5. Are there any objections to that?
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. So we will start with inviting Gigi Crowder, Chief Executive Officer for NAMI Contra Costa. And we will also be inviting, we're lucky to have two for this, Jessica Eastman Stewart and Anitra Simpson with the Brentwood Black History Month Oratorical Committee. Yeah. Got a full house. How are you? Are we hugging after? Are we hugging now? Right. We are going to start with reading the proclamation, and then I would love for Gigi and then one representative from your group to speak as well. And we hope you all feel welcome. We're very honored to honor you today. Thank you so much for joining us. Whereas Black History Month is a time to recognize and honor the rich history, culture, achievements, contributions, and resilience of African Americans whose influence is woven throughout our history, and whereas the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, ASALH, has designated the 2026 national theme as A Century of Black History Commemorations, marking 100 years since Dr. Carter G. Woodson initiated the first Negro History Week in 1926, an observation that evolved into Black History Month and continues to deepen our collective understanding of African American history and legacy. And whereas Black history is American history and recognizing the contributions of African Americans strengthens community awareness, honors those who struggled for freedom and justice, and inspires leaders to uphold the values of equality, opportunity, and dignity for all. And whereas by celebrating Black History Month, the City of Brentwood reaffirms its commitment to diversity, inclusion, and the educational enrichment of all residents through programs, observances, and events that celebrate cultural heritage and promote unity and understanding throughout our community. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognizes February 2026 as Black History Month. So you're going to start with Gigi. This is your proclamation. We would love for you to say a few words.
Thank you all for recognizing this month. It's really important. Well, we have a couple more days, but you're early. And that's really important because it's one of the shortest months in the year, but because we're here in Brentwood, we get the other days, right? We get even more days. But it's really important. I sit on a lot of committees where we're trying to address the disparities that take place in this county, whether it be health, whether it be education, whether it be physical health, mental health. African Americans tend to have the poorest outcomes. So that's one of the reasons that, in addition to being the CEO of NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness, I also started a campaign called 40 Voices. And we have an African American holistic wellness hub. We had to use private dollars, most of them mine, to put in place because we recognize that the healing should not wait until this beautiful building is here in Brentwood when I'm so excited about it coming because I might apply for one of the jobs, okay? But we have to wait till social services move out of Cavallo before we get the county to fund it. And I just feel like that's asking too much for a community that also pays taxes here. So I appreciate the city of Brentwood. I feel privileged to know most of you. I don't know you, but I'll get to know you. But I'm really close to each of the council members, and I appreciate all you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Gigi. And I'm going to ask the Brentwood Black History Month oratorical group to have someone speak as well. And then we'll take pictures separately. Who would like to speak?
Hi, thank you for this honor. So we are a small but mighty group that this oratorical started about 4 years ago, for you that didn't know, and it started at Pioneer Elementary School, and this year we have over 100 people, students, across 8 schools participating in the Black History Oratorical this Sunday from 1 to 3 next door at Liberty Auditorium. We've sold out. We have about 600 tickets that we've sold. And so really we have not only just African-American students, but all students, allies that are performing and celebrating Black excellence. We have a TCare that's gonna sing Lou Rawls. We have a punk band that's gonna play Michael Jackson. Like, it is gonna be a fabulous time, and we absolutely thank the city, but not only that, but our district for their leadership, Dr. Eaton, for all the support that the principals have provided in helping us get to this spot, and then also just all of the monetary. This is donations. We are volunteering outside of the school, the work, the kids, all of the things, the activities. We're coming together on weekends, nights, all nights. So we thank you for this opportunity and for recognizing the hard work that these amazing individuals have been putting forth. It is definitely a labor of love, and I appreciate you guys all very much for, again, celebrating and acknowledging Black excellence here in Brentwood. So thank you.
Thank you. And we will start with Gigi. We want to make sure we're standing in front of the screen so the Vice Mayor can take part.
I hate I'm not there for Gigi and Nitra and all the parents who put on this amazing competition.
I want to say, too, I appreciate Gigi. She has been an incredible support to my family during some times of challenge. So it's very meaningful to have you here and accept this award.
Thank you, Gigi. Thank you all. See you Sunday.
Council doesn't have to go sit just yet. And now, we would like to bring forward Ian Cohen and the FBLA Chapter Advisor, Mark Tinder. And anyone else, if you want to bring up your group. This is for the Future Business Leaders of America. Hello. Good to see you. And we'll read the proclamation first. Whereas the Future Business Leaders of America, FBLA, is a nonprofit educational organization dedicated to preparing middle school, high school, and collegiate students for careers in business and leadership through relevant career preparation, innovative leadership development, and community engagement. And whereas FBLA Week, nationally recognized each year during February, celebrates students who are making their mark, demonstrating impact, growth, ambition, innovation, and leadership as they prepare for future careers in a global society. And whereas the Liberty Union High School District's FBLA chapters in the city of Brentwood have exemplified academic excellence, community service, and dedication to leadership in business education, making significant contributions to our community through competitive events, volunteerism, and civic engagement. And whereas the outstanding achievements and commitment demonstrated by FBLA members contribute to the economic vitality of our community and help cultivate the next generation of business leaders in Brentwood, across California, and nationally. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognizes the week of February 8th through 14th, 2026 as Future Business Leaders of America Week. And who would like to speak?
Well, if it's okay, Mayor, if we have just 3 people speak or kind of the officers introduce, I'll keep it short. I know these meetings have been very long, but well, good evening, council staff. You know, it's been forever since I've been in here, like since last year. It's not too late to still make that joke. But as you've heard 1,000,001 times, I have built this chapter from nothing with Mr. Mark Tender. And now we went from 7 members to 31 competitors to now 49 competitors this year in our 3rd year going to regionals, which regionals is the day before the Super Bowl, which I know we're all kind of disappointed about who's playing the Super Bowl. So at least we have something to root for, but sadly no Bad Bunny at this event. But we will be in San Ramon, just across the county from here, but we hope to bring it in Brentwood in the future to fight for the Better in Brentwood title here. But with just that, I would love to introduce my 2025-2026 Board of Officers, but first I'll hand it off to Mr. Mark Tender real quick.
Okay. I want to thank the council and the mayor. Thank you very much for this. We meet, Future Business Leaders of America is the largest CTSO, that's Career Tech Student Organization in the United States. And it's really exciting. We meet every Tuesday in my classroom, and we have up to 60 members in our classroom. On Wednesdays after school, they're in my classroom, they're preparing for competition. And they do this on their own. Again, I thank everybody to be participants, and this is a student-run organization, not teacher-led, but I'm the advisor. It is student-run, and they're excited, and we look forward to going to state and possibly nationals like Ian Cohen did a couple years ago. And so thank you very much.
And then I'll love the officers just to say their name real quick and introduce themselves to the council, since this is their first time. Well, some of them are on the youth commission, but some of them, this is their first time being in this room.
Hello. Good evening, council. My name is Jane Humsoy. You obviously don't know me. This is my first time here, and this is my 2nd year at this club. My 1st year serving as the director of competitions, so it's really amazing to be here. And I can say that in my 1 year of experience, I'm extremely proud and happy of what our club has been able to achieve. I mean, if we look at our previous competition seasons, we could see that 2 years ago we had 5 awards won at the regional section conference called the BSLC, Base Section Leadership Conference for short. The next year following that, we jumped all the way over to 30 recognition awards won. And this year, we're coming with an even bigger squad. We're looking to win more. We're looking to find greater success. And I mean, we're looking to find greater success. And this is really good news from us because, especially being in our infancy of this club, it's only our 3rd year here. And we're looking to do all these great and big things. So I want to thank you, Council, and Mayor Meyer, of course, for being able to recognize FBLA Week. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Ishan. I'm a junior at Heritage High School and the chapter president of Heritage High FBLA. And despite being one of the newest chapters in the Bay section, we've proven ourselves to be a solid competitor and consistently send people to the state and international competition. Our members compete in a variety of events ranging from business, law, and tech, and other career-related events as well. And as we continue to grow, I hope that we can continue to represent Brentwood and our school at the section, state, and national level. And thank you for all of your support.
You can say your name if you'd like.
Hi, everyone. So I'm the Secretary Treasurer at FBLA, and I'm glad to meet you guys. Oh, sorry. Hi, everyone. I'm the Secretary Treasurer at FBLA. I'm so glad to meet you guys. We've put a lot of work into funding our club, and are glad for everyone's support here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vishvakaram, and I'm the Director of Competitions at FBLA's Heritage High School's FBLA chapter. Having helped members study and prepare for their competitive events at FBLA, I'm really grateful for being surrounded by these strong and motivated people determined to succeed. And I look forward to helping grow this chapter in the future. Thank you for your support.
We can go ahead and leave, guys. It's me in the hallway.
Moving into public comments. The public comment time for tonight's items will be 3 minutes each. In order to ensure that all speakers feel welcome to share their views, members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not listed on the agenda, items that are listed under informational reports or on the consent calendar, presentations, or requests for future agenda items, new requests. Comments for the meeting's detailed agenda items or business items should be made when those items are called. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, or your microphone will be muted when the timer expires. The first speaker I have is Sahil.
Hello, City Council staff and City Council members. Thank you for letting me present some brief remarks regarding the work of our Youth Commission. First, hello everybody, my name is Sahil. I'm a commissioner on the Brentwood Youth Commission, and now let's delve deeper into what we're doing. Right now, the Youth Commission is prioritizing new recreational events tailored for our youth and fundraisers to keep the commissioner's coffers going. New events that are almost confirmed are a career fair for older youth, which should be taking place around March to April, which intends to feature large amounts of small local businesses and mentors, alongside a completely unrelated STEM fair, which should be taking place around early May, meant for younger audiences. There will be hands-on activities and a large space for plenty of Brentwood exhibitors to display whatever project they'll be doing. And finally, we also launched our new Youth Commission Civic Essay Competition, separate from our already originating scholarship, that was launched on January 8th, and all of that details can be found on our Spring Activities Guides registration page. And so, yep. Also, finally, we will be opening up more vacant seats for all the term limited commissioners in the next couple of months. So, yeah. Finally, I would just like to give a big thank you to Madam Mayor Meyer and to the whole City Council for allowing the Commission to exist and supporting our initiatives all these years. Now with that, thank you City Council staff and City Council members. I yield the floor.
The next speaker is Melissa.
Good evening. On Monday, California Assemblymember Matt Haney introduced AB 1633, legislation that would impose a 50% tax on the profits of private ICE detention centers operating in California. I'm here tonight to urge this council to draft and send a formal letter in support of this bill. The proposal comes at a moment when the actions of ICE are once again drawing national alarm. On New Year's Eve, Keith Porter was shot and killed in Los Angeles while ringing in the new year. And in Minnesota, Renee Good and Alex Preddy were also murdered. All victims were gunned down by federal immigration authorities, sparking protest and renewed scrutiny of ICE's tactics. These are not isolated incidents. They are part of a broader pattern of aggressive enforcement, lack of accountability, and violence that has real devastating consequences for families and communities. AB 1633 recognizes that the harm caused by ICE is inseparable from the private detention industry that profits from it. Massive corporations are making hundreds of millions of dollars by incarcerating people, separating families, and operating facilities with documented histories of medical neglect, abuse, and death. These profits are made possible because detention has turned into a business that relies on suffering to remain viable. While ICE detention centers may not be physically located in every city, residents are taken from our communities and sent to these facilities across California. What happens in those detention centers affects our neighbors, our coworkers, our classmates, and our families. AB 1633 is a strategic and lawful way for California to push back. When direct challenges to federal immigration policy are limited, the state can and should act to remove the financial incentives that fuel detention and abuse. This bill does exactly that by discouraging expansion and holding for-profit detention corporations accountable. A letter of support from this council would matter. It would affirm that our city rejects the idea that incarceration and family separation should generate corporate profit. It would show solidarity with immigrant communities living in fear, and it would send a clear message to the state legislature that local governments expect leadership grounded in human dignity, accountability, and justice. I respectfully urge you to take this step and draft a letter in support of AB 1633. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to the values of this community and what makes us better in Brentwood.
The next speaker is Ray, followed by Oksana.
Good evening. I'm Ree, and I manage the Brentwood Library just across the street there. So the Brentwood Library represents an investment that the city makes in its community, so I wanted to come and share what we're doing. This month, Brentwood families have enjoyed borrowing mystery picture book bundles to celebrate Picture Book Month. Children have been building their early literacy skills at the library with a clue game in the children's area all month long. And our Insiders program, which offers people with intellectual and developmental disabilities access to the library and social connection, has been flourishing in its new time slot on the first and third Wednesday mornings of each month. Overall, it's been a wonderful start to 2026, and we're looking forward to February as well. On February 9th, local author and educator Felicia Lang will help our libraries to celebrate Black Children's Book Week with a Storytime and Craft program. The teen area will be home to a Fall in Love with Black History book display all month. And on Wednesdays after school, teens can join creative workshops in music, poetry, and spoken word offered by the Youth Arts Connection, and or find a safe space to chill and be social in the library's midweek mix-up program. Overall, there's something for everyone at the Brentwood Library, so I hope to see each of you over there sometime. Thank you.
Oksana?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. Last session I already shared, and I've been sharing pretty consistently since I've been coming. Many of us lead with social issues, and they're very important, and there's a lot of nuances. I have been very consistent that faith and religious freedom is very important to me. I came as a refugee from a country that killed over 20 million Christians, and so I'm very passionate about this topic. Ever since April, I've been very consistent and clear. These are kind of the policies I look for to make sure religious freedom is protected, to make sure policies honor all religions, and so I'm very passionate. Some of you might not know, but when we moved here as a child, I didn't speak English, and we lived in Bellflower. Mr. Duffy, you might know the area. I think you worked in one of the cities neighboring it, but it was not a white, let's say, suburban neighborhood. We were one of the few white families. And I quickly learned in my ESL class, English Second Language, that I absolutely love Spanish. And I absolutely love all of the Hispanic people. We played soccer in the park, and it was such a great experience. But at one point, there was one boy that started coming and harassing us. He called us Russian spies. We had nuclear warheads. And I started to be very afraid to go to my school. He actually drove up with his cousin as we were walking home. I was 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, and he beat us up. And so, ever since then, I was afraid to go to school, not because it was a predominantly Latino neighborhood, but because of that one bully. And so I just wanted to kind of ask the city to start to, I love, Madam Mayor, how you make us feel safe about, like, let's not clap, but I've noticed there's a lot of bullying language that comes and seeps into these chambers. I was called racist last week, and I know I spoke to you, Mr. Duffy, about how do we navigate something that is not true. I'm sensitive to that kind of language because of my background and the bullying that I endured as a child. And so I love passionate debates, and I bring my children here. But my daughter was here till 11 o'clock with me. I couldn't arrange babysitting for her, and we got into the car, and my daughter said, "Mommy, are they going to kill you?" And she felt that bullying in this. We have children and youth commissioners that speak here, and as we open the Zoom meetings to the public comment, there's a new law. I would appreciate some policy around hateful speech and words that use bully, that use racist and sexist, homophobic. This type of language is very demeaning, and it doesn't get us anywhere. I love Miss Melissa's comment, and as an immigrant, I am very nuanced about the immigration policy. My husband is a Hispanic, yo Latina en mi corazón. All of my kids speak
I have no additional speaker cards in person. I do have 2 hands raised in Zoom. First speaker is Cinziana. Cinziana, go ahead.
Good evening. I hope everyone can hear me. I am here to confirm that I am not represented in tonight's city council meeting. My district representative is MIA. I don't understand why. We all show up for work, like it or not. So she should be in the chambers. This is her, I don't know, 5th, 6th, or maybe almost 10th time missing a meeting or calling in remotely, even though, she's really outraged that she has to be on Zoom and put her video on. I mean, this is simply ridiculous. People in her district elected her to be there for them, and she cannot even show up. I don't see my timer again. I'm not really sure what the issue is, so I would appreciate a 30-second warning. Another remark I want to say about my district representative. She knows who she is. I'm part of District 2. She didn't even show up for the land and use development meeting. I'm pretty sure it was canceled because of her not being available or not being legally allowed to participate remotely. So city attorney really needs to call her out and literally make her understand that land use is one of the main issues residents of Brentwood care about. This proves she's out of touch. She leads as she campaigned away and remotely. Oksana,
30
no
seconds.
refugee from Russia prays like you unless you resented your religion and converted to some non-Orthodox religion.
20 seconds.
Thank you. I appreciate that warning. And there's nothing wrong with that, but stop being an hypocrite. You only started to show up to these meetings, city council meetings, with no real contribution. I haven't.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Danny. Danny, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Really quick, I'm sure a lot of people there and listening, the change in our garbage schedule. As I told my wife, this is a state thing, but I would love some clarity. And here's my dilemma. The way I understand it right now is that we're going to put food and other debris in our green, which I'm not quite sure of the biohazard aspect of that. But it is what it is, and when it gets summery, it's going to get kind of toasty in there. My problem is, at least right now, unless someone can clarify it, is green will be picked up every other week. So in theory, we'll have hot garbage in the summer, just wafting away. And so I'm hoping to get clarity on that, and clarity on if we're going to throw away the garbage, food products and the associate paper, and plastic, things like that. And we're going to use our blue as our blue. Exactly what are we going to be putting in brown? So that's it. Thank you, guys. Talk to you soon.
The next speaker is Tracy. Tracy, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Okay, so I'm gonna start off all in a outrage. First thing is Mike has made me mad saying he was gonna consider a town hall. No, you don't consider it because they work for us. We pay them, so there's no considering anything. And that was very offensive, and I'm pretty pissed off about that, quite frankly. And then, second of all, I've been up in arms about this building, and I have sent an email yesterday, didn't even get an auto reply, got no response, and she knew darn well that this hearing was being held today on this agenda. Not even so much as like, oh, let me get back to you, and I know you're upset, blah, 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 nothing. And then another person said he wrote last week and didn't hear anything. So yeah, I'm upset. First of all, for the spending. I know we need stuff, and I'm not opposed to that, but I'm feeling like right now at this moment, you know, we went from apparently spending 4.5 billion like 5 years ago to 7.1, and then I could be wrong, and then we're going to pay for a $130,000 building that will probably go even over that, and includes office space for the supervisors who apparently can't even call you back. I mean, this is just offensive to me. Anyway, I know people need help, but perhaps it could have been done on a lesser scale. And I know I can't do anything, but on top of that, and then turn around and ask for a sales tax increase and ask for a lifting of their tax caps, all while building this building. Like, how much money do they think we have? I don't know. I'm mad, and it's not your fault. And I'm new to the city, and I'm all up in arms. So I probably sound crazy, but I appreciate you listening to me.
The next speaker is Ron. Ron, go ahead.
Are you there?
Yes, go ahead.
So can I speak on item D1 on the agenda?
This would be for item, sorry, let me double check on.
In public comments, or is there a public comment section for D1 later?
For informational reports, D is
For
informational
the
reports.
East County Services Building?
For the presentation, yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Meyer, council, and staff. Apparently, I've been at the sleep at the wheel for about the last decade because this East County Services Building has just been known to me for maybe a couple months. I had no idea that this was coming to Brentwood. And at a cost of $130 million. I know it's a county building. I know we need services out here. I guess there might be around 300 interactions per day from what I'm hearing. And I understand it'll serve the residents for the greater good. But I've asked for services from the county. I went into the county building on Walnut Boulevard. We were having some trouble last year in our neighborhood. And basically what I got from the county representative was, we can't help you. It's a city issue. It's not just a city issue what we're dealing with. And I feel like the county has let us down big time. And also the city. The money spent on this building could be put to better use. And I'm frustrated. I'm a little ticked. Like I said, I know we all need services, but this monstrosity of a project is just, it's not going to end. They're raising our taxes. They're charging more sales tax. So East County residents, be ready and beware because it's getting out of hand. Thank you. Have a good night.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. I would like for staff to reach out to the presenters and push on a town hall. I think we're hearing that a lot of our residents have questions and concerns and they should be heard. So I'd really like to see for the county to give us that. not just consider it. And I'd also like to recommend, based on public comments and what I think each of us are probably receiving emails on, that we do a town hall on SB 1383. I know we've been doing some promotion on that. We've been sending newsletters and social media posts, but it seems there are still remaining questions and concerns about that. So I would like to see something like that. 1383, SB 1383 is related to the changes that are going to happen in waste management and the request for you to move your food items from, your food discards from your regular garbage can into your green waste bin. And there are a lot of changes that are coming based on state law that we can't control, but I do feel like we should give people a chance to come in person and ask questions. It's being implemented as of February 1st though, right? The state law?
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you for the question. Yes, we are beginning the residential portion of our compliance efforts on February 1st. The law itself has been in place for some number of years already.
Thank you. So I think it's going to have to be a timely request so that people are clear moving into this transition, what exactly they need to do. So I'll trust staff to work on figuring something out with that and then promoting it so that we can get it out there and people can attend. Thank you. At this point, I would like to move item D, the informational reports portion of the agenda, to just before consideration of future agenda items, and also move item H4, which is the DBC MOU, ahead of other agenda items. And we will move into consent first and then move into D4. Any questions on that from council? Okay. Thank you. Do I have a motion on consent?
I'll make the motion. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. I'll make the motion for consent.
A second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Maloney,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Yes, and there's nobody present in the room with me.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes, thank you. And I'd like to move into item H4.
Madam Mayor, are we going to have informational reports at all?
Yeah, I just said we're moving it to the end of the meeting again.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that.
That's okay. It's going to be, let me repeat where it's going to be so everyone's clear. Just before the consideration of future agenda item requests.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And for item H4, Abraham Salinas, Senior Management Analyst, will present an update on the MOU between the city and the Downtown Brentwood Coalition. Thank you, Abraham.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Abraham Salinas, Senior Management Analyst with the Economic Development Team. Here to present to you a presentation regarding the Downtown Brentwood Coalition's MOU. This MOU was established in 2024 and will be expiring in June of 2026. So there's an update from staff and the DVC themselves. So I'll just provide some brief background and then I'll pass it to Kristen Mingus, Executive Director. So downtown Brentwood continues to serve as a dynamic and thriving hub for community gatherings, small business activity, and diverse arts and cultural events throughout the year. A key contributor to this ongoing success is the city's partnership with the Downtown Brentwood Coalition. In July of 2024, the city entered into a new MOU with the DBC to continue joint efforts in sustaining the high tenant occupancy, new business launches, increased foot traffic, and strong event attendance. The current MOU remains in effect through June 2026 and outlines key areas of collaboration, including administration, programming, fund development, all of which are being successfully implemented. A detailed quarterly report summarizing DBC's fiscal year 2024-2025 activities is attached to the staff report. But with that, I'll pass it on to Kristen Mingus. Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham. Good evening, Madam Mayor.
That's a great start, you guys. Vice Mayor, council members, city officials, and members of our community. I'm Kristen Mingus, the Executive Director of the Downtown Brentwood Coalition. I just wanted to start by thanking all of you guys, my board of directors, and our community for letting me serve in this position for just about 8 months now. It has been an honor, and I've really fallen in love with our community and our city. Like Abraham said, I've prepared a 2025 impact report that you guys all have gotten before this, and I hope you had a chance to review it. I did prepare a short video for you guys to watch that we're going to watch now to kind of highlight all the great work we've done together. Downtown Brentwood is a special place that brings our community together to celebrate, connect, and support the local businesses and organizations at the heart of our city. I'm Kristen Mingus, Executive Director of the Downtown Brentwood Coalition. I've been in this role for about 8 months, and I am proud to share with you what our board, our partners, and the community has accomplished this past year. The Downtown Brentwood Coalition is a nonprofit made up of small business owners, nonprofit partners, and community stakeholders. Our mission is to strengthen our local economy and keep downtown vibrant by supporting businesses, building partnerships, and producing year-round events that bring people together. Our work is guided by a dedicated board of directors who bring a diverse experience and shared commitment to downtown. This year, DBC has hosted 12 community events, bringing over 35,000 visitors to downtown. These events promoted economic growth by connecting people with our shops, our restaurants, and experiences. Events like Bags and Brews on Memorial Day weekend includes a military tribute honoring the local heroes who gave so much. Our full-day festival, Oktoberfest, continues to be a community favorite. In 2025, we also introduced a few new events we're so proud to add to our roster. Our first annual crab feed sold out for its first year, and the response made it clear this is something the community wants to see again and again. We also launched Harvest Table, a community dining celebration showcasing downtown Brentwood's local restaurants and seasonal harvest. Our downtown chefs worked together to create an elevated 6-course dining experience with table service provided by Liberty High's Cheer Squad and live entertainment from local groups like Ghostlight Theater and Brentwood Collective. Collaboration was a key driver in 2025. We hosted multiple joint mixers, one in particular with the Chamber of Commerce at La Conda Capri. We joined the City of Brentwood's Juneteenth celebration by hosting the Freedom Walk, coloring stations, and supplied gift bags for our youth. We also supported major civic celebrations by providing announcers and judges for the 4th of July Parade, the Veterans Day Parade, and the Holiday Parade, promote other local events such as Hometown Halloween, dinner events, festivals, markets, and many others. Part of KTVU's Fox 2 Summer Zip Trips, a live on-air elevated Brentwood's profile and expanded our reach throughout the Bay Area. They highlighted interviews with city leaders, nonprofits, farmers, business owners, and residents. Throughout the year, we welcomed families downtown through popular retail events like the Bestie Bash, Mama Palooza, and fan favorite Bubbles and Broomsticks, which lit up the night with crowds dancing, laughing, eating, shopping, and enjoying downtown together. A meaningful addition this year was Santa in the Park. We hosted a 2-day event with free Santa photos, performances by Liberty Choir, Virtuous Voices, and amazing local young artists. This event brought holiday joy to hundreds of families. It's an event we plan to bring back. A thriving downtown also depends on strong partnerships. In 2025, we worked closely with organizations that serve Brentwood and unite our community around real support for others. One example is the Mayor's Challenge. We encourage schools and the downtown businesses to participate, help promote across the community, and have downtown serve as a donation drop-off site. All of this supported the Brentwood Regional Community Chest, helping local families in need during the holidays. We also expanded hands-on community work through Brentwood Shine. The DBC proudly partners with Working Wonders, supporting adults with disabilities, participants gain meaningful work experience, confidence, and social connection. We also introduced Catwalk of Courage, a fashion-focused fundraiser hosted at the historic Delta Theater benefiting Adventure Therapy, building visibility for participating businesses while supporting families impacted by cancer. Now we have a dedicated DBC office. The space currently serves as a workspace for the executive director. Once fully ADA compliant, including a ramp installation, it will be able to offer even more services and resources to the public. This year, we also began the transition from a 501c6 to a 501c3. This change will allow the Downtown Brentwood Coalition to serve the entire downtown community by offering broader programs, events, and support that benefits all businesses and community members. It also strengthens partnerships and aligns us with the model used by most downtown coalitions. 2025 also marked a major step in our rebrand. We launched a fresh, new, modern website that highlights our businesses, events, and local charm in a more engaging, user-friendly way. Running our monthly newsletters and events through the website now will only gain more exposure to our amazing downtown. We strengthened our social media presence through consistent storytelling and community collaboration. That effort increased our reach from 1.2 million to 3.3 million. In collaboration with the city staff, we also took an active role in keeping downtown bright, clean, and welcoming. One of the biggest wins was helping resolve a 3-year trash and cleanup issue on Helen Meyer Alleyway and supporting the city in moving long-delayed construction forward. We also supported additional street cleaning efforts to help maintain a vibrant city center. Some work is the kind people notice without always knowing who's behind it. Our board personally manages the American flag displayed downtown. It's a simple tradition that reflects real downtown pride. We are also focused on accessibility and business support. In partnership with the city, we began to work to help ensure every downtown business becomes ADA compliant. This is an ongoing effort that reflects our commitment to inclusion and to a downtown that works for everyone. Looking ahead in 2026 and beyond, our focus remains clear. Support local businesses, strengthen partnerships, and create memorable experiences that bring people into the downtown corridor and keep our historical district thriving. Thank you to our board of directors, downtown businesses, nonprofit partners, city staff, volunteers, sponsors, and every resident who supported our downtown Brentwood this year. Thank you to the city and to city officials for investing in the executive director role. Together, we are strengthening the leadership needed to drive sustainable economic growth into the downtown corridor. Your support is what makes this great work possible. I'm Kristen Mingus, the proud executive director of the Downtown Brentwood Coalition. I am grateful for the opportunity to continue serving and strengthening our beautiful downtown Brentwood. See you in downtown.
The mic needs to be turned on,
Oh.
sorry.
So I've probably watched that about 30 times, and it does fill me with pride, but it also shows me that we are just getting started, and I have so many other things I'd like to do for our city. I'd like to take a moment just to recap and walk through some numbers and details that help kind of show everything that you just saw in the video. First, it's important to understand that not all of our events are designed to be revenue generating. Our focus is community development and economic growth. Many of our events are intentionally created to help support struggling businesses, increase foot traffic, provide opportunities for youth and community members to be involved, and strengthen our downtown. This past year, we generated approximately $34,000 in event revenue. In addition to that, we've donated $4,000 to local nonprofits and spent nearly $2,000 supporting the Brentwood Shine Project, another nonprofit effort. Like you saw, we hosted the Catwalk of Courage this year. All proceeds went directly to Adventure Therapy, and the coalition did not retain any funds. Santa in the Park was entirely for the community, an event we funded without any revenue in return. These events reinforce that our events are centered on community impact and economic vitality and not profit. So I wanted to touch base on some things that come to my desk all the time. We get the question a lot, why does the city help fund Downtown Brentwood Coalition? And to me, the answer is very simple. We do more than just host events. We collaborate with nonprofits. We partner with organizations. We support local businesses, and we serve as a liaison between the city and the downtown merchants. We assist with city beautification efforts, help address ADA compliance needs, and identify updates necessary to move downtown forward. In my research, I found that most downtown coalitions, including those in our neighboring cities, receive financial support from their city officials. For an example, Pittsburgh receives approximately $100,000, Livermore receives $90,000, and Martinez receives $50,000 annually. Another common question I get is why does the coalition have use of the house in downtown, our offices? What's often overlooked is that we fully maintain and sustain that building with our own funds. We've redone the floors, added new landscaping, and pay ongoing costs for pest control, electrical usage, replacing the heating and air conditioning unit, and managing what is need to be required to keep that historical building operational. We've also transformed it into a welcoming hub for the community, a place where residents can come in, ask questions, and access local information. We are nearly fully ADA compliant and are currently gathering bids to install a ramp. At the same time, we are actively speaking to local sponsors to help fund this effort, and we're hopeful to get this complete in the next coming months. I understand that this MOU funding was intended to be temporary, but I do believe the work that we do for downtown Brentwood supports continuing the model used by our neighboring cities, one where the coalition will receive continued financial backing from the city. Another option that we have previously explored was the PBED process. While it was started with limited city access, the financial burden is significant and would fundamentally change the coalition. That process typically takes about 2 years and requires an estimated $30,000 to $50,000 in fundraising to just get started. Additionally, self-sufficiency through events alone is not sustainable, as our mission is focused on community and economic development rather than revenue generating. Regarding Oktoberfest, the $44,000 grant goes directly towards producing that event, and the $5,000 fee return offsets the portion of more than $9,000 we pay in police and security costs that are required. City event fees and regulations are increasing. We needed 5 guards at our most recent event, the Crab Feed. This will continue to impact our operational costs. The MOU supports not only these efforts, but also the executive director role, which allows us to provide the constant day-to-day support our downtown and community has come to rely on. I am incredibly proud of my board, their dedication, drive, and belief in our downtown, and they continue to push us forward. I believe in the executive director role to be vital to the long-term economic growth and sustainability of downtown Brentwood. The Downtown Brentwood Coalition is an extension of the city, its businesses, and its community. We thrive on collaboration, listening to business owners, understanding their challenges, and working alongside of them to succeed. We are proud to partner with the other local organizations such as the Chamber, Rotary, Seroptimus, and Lions Club, knowing that when we all work together, the entire city benefits. Thank you for your time and your support and your continued investment in the Downtown Brentwood Coalition. I am excited to see what's ahead, and I'm truly grateful to be a part of this work. That's it.
Thank you. Do we have clarifying questions from council? Okay, moving into public comment, please.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. We did receive 5 written public comments in advance of this meeting, summary of which will be displayed on the screen. The first public speaker I have is Amy.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I was trying to rewrite what I was going to say real quick because I didn't want to repeat things that you're going to hear from other people. So I'll try to summarize it pretty quickly. I'd just like to take a moment to thank you for your continued support of the Downtown Brentwood Coalition and also share my appreciation for Kristen Mingus and the impact the Executive Director position has on the Downtown Brentwood Coalition. I'm speaking both as a downtown business owner and as a member of the Coalition's Board of Directors. Kristen stepped into a role, everybody knows this, that left very big shoes to fill after Amy Tilley's resignation. And I feel like she's handled that transition with an incredible amount of grace, humor, and kindness. Her position is extremely valuable to the coalition as she is focused on organizing and supporting the Downtown Brentwood Coalition and our downtown businesses. Our board is mostly made up of business owners, people who care deeply about the downtown, but don't always have a surplus of time. And in the interim, before Kristen started the executive director position, we all definitely felt the impact and the strain that it caused not having that position filled. She's carried on the important work that Amy Tilley started and has taken every challenge that we've thrown at her with professionalism and heart. And as she said, that Oktoberfest, the different events that we throw have gotten more successful and larger over time. And really, I just believe that her role is invaluable. I'm grateful for the dedication and care she brings to our downtown community. And I'm grateful for the part that you all play in helping us continue our work. Thank you.
The next speakers are Lynn, followed by Dee, followed by Emil.
Good evening, Mayor Meyer, Vice Mayor Pearson, and City Council and staff. I had something written, prepared, but I'm sorry, after that presentation that Kristen just did, she said it all. She did an amazing job. I'm so proud of her and what she has accomplished in the short time that she has been with us. And the DBC and the City of Brentwood need an executive director in this position to continue with our downtown continuing to thrive. We've created so many great new events this year with the crab feed and the harvest table, and we're going to continue those on for years to come. And we're getting more ideas and more suggestions on different ways that we can help our downtown business community. And without an executive director, none of those things are going to be possible. We are a board of small business owners and stakeholders and volunteers, and we need somebody that can run and guide us through the continued growth of downtown. So that's all. We love Kristen, and she's done a fantastic job, and we can't wait to see what she'll do in the future. So thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Dio Meadow, and I'm the owner of Soiree Love. I'm just outside of downtown Brentwood. I want to thank the city for your continuing to support our downtown community through the executive director position of the Downtown Brentwood Coalition. Before joining the board, I experienced firsthand how impactful the executive director role is as a downtown business owner. Through promotion, events, and consistent visibility, my business was supported at a critical time, and that support played a real role in the growth of my business. After joining the board, I've been able to see the full scope of this position. When we did not have an executive director for several months, that work shifted to volunteer board members. Most of us are business owners, and it was really difficult to maintain sustainability. Since Kristen stepped into the role, I've seen the momentum return. Her work directly supports economic growth, strengthens community building, creates long-term sustainability, and brings real vitality to downtown. The benefits of her work extend beyond individual businesses in downtown. Our entire city and community benefits. Not all of this work is meant to generate profit, and it shouldn't be. Its purpose is to activate downtown, support local businesses, and advance the city's broader goals. The executive director position is not just for the DBC. This role serves as a daily connection with the city and is essential to the continued growth of Brentwood. I hope the city will continue to support our executive director position, which has proven to be critical to our downtown Brentwood community. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Emil Gaddis. I'm a resident and part of a historic family that has been in Brentwood since 1865. So I thank you, Mayor Susanna, for allowing me to speak, and council. I'm one of the directors on the Downtown Coalition. This is our historic heart of Brentwood here in downtown. It takes effort, dedication, caring, involved parties to keep downtown beautiful, vibrant, and a successful destination. I believe that every citizen in this city has an obligation to support and participate in protecting and promoting the traditions held here in our ever-changing community. I speak tonight, first of all, to thank the city for the positive promotions and support, but I'm also speaking to encourage this city planning and Brentwood residents to recognize and respect to support the Brentwood Downtown Coalition, as it is the only group that exclusively promotes downtown. Kristen has done a wonderful job. It takes a leader. It takes a lot of work. Thank you very much.
The next speakers are Roberta, followed by Christian, followed by Randy.
Good evening, Mayor Meyer, Vice Mayor Pearson, Council. This is my first time up here. I am Roberta Bias. I am a local business owner and community advocate here in Brentwood. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the integrity and work ethic of the Executive Director, Kristen Mingus. In my experience working alongside the coalition, I am a member as well. And my business is located we are considered non-core downtown in the Liberty Link Center located on Brentwood Boulevard, where Tailgaters is located. And my business is called Curated. And I just wanted to give a personal testimony as opposed to just reading from my phone that Kristen picked up with the outlying downtown businesses where Amy left off, where including, our small businesses into, what goes on with downtown as well. Not just, I know everyone's speaking about, exclusively downtown, but she really reaches out. Like, I did not know that this was going on tonight, but I just called or texted Kristen yesterday, and she texted me right back, and I asked, can we, brainstorm on some, events for the Liberty Link Center that's been, I think it's been there since 1987, and with different businesses there, of course. And she texted me right back and said, of course, she said, how's tomorrow? Which, which is really, like, a lot to speak on a person who's executive director of the whole Downtown Brentwood Coalition, that she's willing to have a meeting with the entire Liberty Link Center on ideas to bring, events to that center. So with that being said, I just wanted to let you guys know on how passionate, honest, and approachable she is, and how she is so willing to work with multiple entities in the city when it comes to the chamber and bringing the City of Brentwood Chamber Coalition and like the whole community together. So I really love her and like her here in Brentwood, and we would like to keep her. Thank you.
It's my first time here. Good evening, members of the council. My name is Christian. I'm here tonight on behalf of Lacona Capri. Recently, we opened 2 years ago in the downtown area, and since then, I'm just here for full support for Kristen and the DBC. The amount of efforts that they've done for our restaurant and for the downtown area has been tremendous. I can name out plenty of events like the Bubbles and Broomsticks that created so much traction in our restaurant that I ran out of almost all my specialty cocktails that day. And I firmly was very surprised. But with the help of with the help of DBC, for all you council members, I like to tell you, they do an amazing job. Like Kristen has done so much to help the community in many ways. For us, specifically helping us with our events like the Capri Mixer this last summer, which was one of my first events, managing Locanda Capri, and honestly, it went out with a bang. It was one of the amazing events that we had, and I almost ran out of Aperol that day. But I just like to say, for the local events that they've helped with us, it's been a tremendous honor, and we hope that you look at these statements not as something of just passing on. We really truly believe that they have done an immense job with us. We are still planning events this year that will probably lead us into next year even, and that for us in the community is amazing. It helps us tremendously. And gosh, I planned for a 2-minute speech, but I got 3, which is great. But mostly I like to stand on the ability of Kristen, the way that she can communicate to others and communicate in a group setting with ongoing things that have to happen, basically meetings have to happen, organizations. Trust me, planning some of these parties and events is no joke. And the way that we've been doing it for these last for this last year has been a tremendous experience with the coalition, with them, hand in hand. Anytime I need anything, they're there, especially Kristen, 24/7. Anytime the restaurant is in need, hey, we need to come up with this event, they always have the bestest ideas. And I don't say that with no experience. I see that hand in hand. Thank you so much for letting me speak today, and thank you. Yeah.
My name is Randy Mosier, and I'm the owner of Olive Place on Oak Street. I've had the privilege of operating my business in downtown Brentwood for the past 6 years now. It's hard to believe it's been 6 years, kind of crazy. Owning a small business is both a privilege and a challenge. We invest our savings, our time, and our hearts into our storefronts, but none of us succeed alone. Over the past 6 years, I have seen firsthand how the strength of downtown Brentwood is built through collaboration, shared vision, and strong leadership. And that is exactly what the Downtown Brentwood Coalition and its executive director, Kristen Mingus, provide. I've had the privilege of working closely with Kristen and consistently witness her incredible dedication. She is deeply invested, highly responsive, and genuinely cares about the success of each business owner and the long-term health of our downtown. Excuse me. She goes far beyond what is required because she believes this. She believes in this community. I personally witnessed the economic value the coalition brings to our city, from coordinated events that drive foot traffic to marketing initiatives that spotlight local businesses, to advocacy that ensures our voices are heard. The coalition consistently turns ideas into real, measurable impact. I see it when sidewalks are full, when customers tell me they discovered my shop through a downtown event, and when new businesses feel confident choosing Brentwood because of the supportive ecosystem in place. Downtown Brentwood is not simply a collection of buildings. It's a living, breathing economic engine and a gathering place for our community. That's what happens when you go through menopause. You cry at dumb stuff. I'm just saying, here for the public to see. When we invest in the coalition and in strong leadership, we are investing directly in local jobs, local families, and the identity of our city. This is so embarrassing. I respectfully, and it's kind of late for me, I'm just saying that you guys don't know how you do this. I respectfully urge you to continue supporting the Downtown Brentwood Coalition and Kristen's role as executive director. The return on this investment is visible, tangible, and deeply meaningful to those of us who call downtown home. thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to our community. And thanks for letting me cry, apparently. So anyway.
The next speakers are Genevieve, followed by Vicky, followed by Savino.
Hi, I'm just a business owner, so I don't really have anything fancy, but I've owned Boards and More for 19 years, and I've been in different locations, but this location downtown is the best. And then the DBC, I started out with the DBC before the executive director, and I noticed as soon as Amy came in, it just grew, it just boomed. All the different events, everything, and foot traffic, and also sales. So it made a huge difference. And then when Amy left, and then Kristen came in, it just continues to grow. And customers always comment about how much fun they have, and they keep coming back downtown and checking out all the different stores. So it makes a huge difference.
Hello, friends. I'm a crier too, so I specifically wrote something down that would hopefully not make me cry. And I also have a really bad cough, so hopefully I don't have a coughing fit. My name is Vicky Little, and I own Sip and Scoop, a small business located in downtown Brentwood. I'm here tonight to voice my strong support for the Downtown Brentwood Coalition, and specifically for the executive director position. I asked ChatGPT why it's important to have a strong downtown area. A vibrant downtown is the heart of a city. It drives local economic growth by supporting small businesses, creating jobs, and attracting visitors, while also serving as a central gathering place that strengthens community connection. A lively, walkable downtown filled with local shops, dining, arts, and events enhances quality of life, builds civic pride, and creates a positive image that draws families, entrepreneurs, and investment. When downtown thrives, the entire city benefits. As a business owner, entrepreneur, and a longtime member of this community, I can say without hesitation that the Downtown Brentwood Coalition has been one of the most impactful and positive forces in our business district. And much of that is because of the leadership of its executive directors, first with Amy Tilley, and now with Kristen Mingus. Kristen doesn't just manage a program, she builds a community. Since becoming involved with the coalition, I have personally experienced increased visibility, stronger relationships with other business owners, and more meaningful connections with the city and our residents. Through events, promotions, communication, and hands-on support, Kristen has helped create a downtown that feels alive, welcoming, and collaborative. When I opened my business and grew my business, there were moments that were incredibly challenging, many moments still. But having the Downtown Brentwood Coalition and Kristen's leadership meant I wasn't navigating these challenges alone. She consistently advocates for small businesses, listens to our concerns, and actively works to bring solutions, opportunities, and foot traffic into our downtown. The ripple effect of this work goes far beyond our individual shops. It impacts local jobs, family-owned businesses, community events, and the overall identity of Brentwood. Downtown is no longer just a place to pass through. It's a place people come to gather, support local, and feel connected. That does not happen by accident. It happens through intentional leadership, which Kristen and the board provides every day. Approving and supporting this MOU ensures that the Downtown Brentwood Coalition, I'm done. Thank you for having me.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, City Council, and city officials. It was great seeing some of you on Saturday. Hope you guys enjoyed your crab and some of your steak. But most importantly, thank you for your continued support of the DBC. My name is Sabino Rubalcaba, and I am the co-owner of the Lounge on Oak. We can all agree, like during the week, that downtown Brentwood can be a little dim. Traffic is light. So us as small business owners, we have to come up with promotions and ideas to help drive that foot traffic. For example, Zephyrs does, Martini Mondays. We do Taco Tuesdays. BCBC kills it with their Trivia Tuesdays, and so on and so forth. But with these promotions comes high cost with very to low margin, little margin. But it's what we need to do as a small business as we operate without deep corporate dollars. This funding not only supports small businesses, but it creates jobs, generates tax revenues for our city through well-produced events. Without dedicated leadership, the impact is limited, and Kristen brings that. An executive director ensures events are professionally managed, businesses see real economic benefit, and the city sees a return on its investment. The role brings accountability, consistency, and growth, not just programming. Without these events, it would be challenging for us to maintain the employees we have, to continue to be open 7 days a week, and to operate the hours that we promote. Funding this position is not a cost. It's an investment in local jobs, local businesses, and a stronger tax base for the city. I urge the council to support this funding and help ensure these events continue to benefit our entire community. Thank you.
The next speakers are Oksana, followed by Mike, followed by Greg.
So I'm not part of the DBC, and I'm not a business owner in downtown, but I am a mom with 4 children, and your events draw us out all the time. We did a scavenger hunt at one of the events, and that's when I met you, and you had us, I think it might have been the Juneteenth event, but you had us like go to different businesses and read facts from those businesses, and that's when I discovered Boondoggies. I never knew that was around the corner. Also, there's a barber shop, I think it's near the Emporium, where I took my 3 boys to get their haircuts, and so it really works, and it's very engaging for us. We moved to Brentwood because of the family-friendly environment, and I did do 2.5 hours to Foster City each way just to be able to own in this community. Thank God our mortgage is now lower than our rent in Hayward, and so I love Brentwood for all of these family-friendly events. So just wanted to say thank you. We support you. We love you.
Okay, I'm Mike Kleeman. I'm a 23-year Brentwood resident. I don't want to take up too much time, but my first message I do want, and this is off topic, Tracy, if you're still listening, I don't know who you are, but that type of energy, I
I'm sorry,
completely...
we do have to stay on topic.
You can gavel
Thank you.
me, but yes, I want to be your friend. Anyway, the DBC, I am really excited that we're in a completely different environment with the DBC now, and how much everyone loves the DBC. I do want to go back and revisit back around 2020, 2021, we were in COVID and we were struggling, that this was not a slam dunk, the DBC, and for our city to fund it. It was actually, if I recall, pretty controversial at the time. And I want to thank city staff and Councilmember Mendoza and Mayor Meyer specifically, because you were on council at the time, and you and the other 3 members took a leap of faith and fully funded the DBC. And look what we have now. We came out of COVID. These businesses are flourishing. Kristen, you mentioned like what I love about the DBC. You're exactly right. It's not all about revenue and making money and all that. That's one of the reasons and messages that I like about the DBC. And indirectly, what the DBC has done is made Brentwood's downtown the crown jewel of East County. There's not a storefront that's available to rent. right? It is prime real estate. The property values of all these businesses, the value of businesses in the DBC have gone through the roof. It is so thrilling to me that the DBC is here, and under your leadership and all of the business owners down here, my wife and I and friends were down here on Sunday night, and we went to the lounge, we went to Zephyr, we walked around, we couldn't even get a table, and we're like, oh, this sucks. But then we would say to ourselves, this is awesome. This is what we want. We want it to be packed. So we had to hightail it to 8 acres. Anyway, I want to say thank you very much, Kristen, DBC, Amy Tilley before you. I'm really thrilled. Let's extend this MOU, give them all the money, give them all the bags, and let's keep it going.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and staff and DBC people. For those of you who don't know, my name is Greg Robinson. I am the owner of the Brentwood Press, and I've had the pleasure of working on the corner of First and Oak Street for the last 26 years. And I can say that I can also support the DBC as I was one of the founding members about 20-some years ago. I think it's a great organization. I think the people understand that they do, the DBC does so much for downtown. I have to look at my friend PJ, who's out there in the rain with his beautiful woman, putting up flags, right? I didn't know if it's your wife or girlfriend, fiance, partner. I'm trying to be politically correct, and blew it, right? But anyway, the moral of the story is that that what the DBC does for the downtown area is amazing. They're out there all the time. The events are great. Some of you know the DBC was in the Brentwood Press building for a period of time until they had the opportunity to get the building downtown. So I think it's great, and I think that we need to keep looking at this as an extension of what the city can do for the community. Right? So I think that it's a good program. I think that we should continue making it happen. And I just want to thank the DBC and all the crew for all that you guys do for downtown around the press building. That's it. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards in person, but I do have a few hands raised in Zoom. First speaker in Zoom is Matt. Matt, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, good evening, Mayor Meyer and fellow council members. I head up Working Wonders, a nonprofit that serves adults with developmental and related disabilities.
Matt, it sounds like we lost you. Are you still there?
In supporting us at every turn. The DBC board and everybody in the organization has been incredible and very welcoming to us. Kristen will even join us regularly in our weekly outdoor and indoor work project with the DBC, out in the elements and things. She rolls up her sleeves. It's called Downtown Shine. It's a true testament to her character. She's out there with us, getting the job done, making downtown sparkle by cleaning up. We have a growing relationship with the DBC, a partnership that we believe reflects well on the community, welcoming everyone. Everyone can contribute to the community and play a role, and we take great pride in our relationship with the DBC. We have small work crews that serve several generous businesses that are DBC members. So they treat us very well, and we work very hard to try to measure up to paying our clients minimum wage. Last week, we worked on the support staff for the highly successful DBC Crab Feed at the Brentwood Community Center. We've also worked at the Oktoberfest, Bags and Brews, and other DBC events. We believe in opening doors in the community for people who are often left behind. And clearly, Kristen and the DBC share in that belief. Our adult clients cherish their relationship with the DBC. Thank you, Kristen, for all that you do. That's it.
The next speaker is Cinziana. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for highlighting Downtown Brentwood Coalition. This is such an amazing organization. And a special shout out to Kristen and her team. Kristen's the best. It's a very passionate and energetic leader. Please support the Downtown Brentwood Coalition and not only fund at the current level, but please increase the funding for this amazing organization and its director. I actually have an idea how to allocate some additional funds and defund the useless basketball, midnight basketball league. That's $25,000 that we spend on something that has no return on Brentwood community. We haven't heard anything on this organization giving back to our community. Support and the organization supported by Pat Nisha, who's remote and looks extremely bored right now by all the public comments.
Please stay on topic. Thank you.
Tony. I am on topic. I'm just suggesting additional funding for Downtown Brentwood Coalition. Lynn is an amazing leader, also supporting Kristen. And definitely a big shout out to all the downtown businesses that support and contribute to our amazing community to make it better day in and day out. I want to say shame on the council members, Patnisha, Faye, and Tony, who voted for the awful fire station and supporting the tattoo parlor coming in down. I was muted for 20 seconds, so I reclaim my time. So all these three council members supported businesses that do not really contribute to bottom line of the downtown businesses. And definitely a shout out to Curated. I had the opportunity to walk in their amazing business, and I want to end by recognizing Councilmember Mendoza and Mayor Meyer for all their support to our downtown Brentwood businesses and downtown Brentwood coalition. So please consider funding and increasing funding for this amazing nonprofit that really contributes and brings light to our amazing community in Brentwood. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dorina. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Meyer, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Dorina, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Kristen and the Downtown Brentwood Coalition. Kristen has gone above and beyond in her support of Brentwood. As a co-founder of a local nonprofit, Hijas del Campo, I have personally seen her build strong partnerships and bring community together and support all members of our community and all of our neighbors. Kristen is always so kind, responsive, and incredibly easy to work with. She consistently shows tremendous heart, dedication, and integrity with great leadership. I'm here tonight to ask the council to continue to support this position of the executive director, and also to thank you, Kristen, for all your hard work and your commitment. Thank you. We truly appreciate you.
The next speaker is Matt. Matt, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matt Hagar. I'm a downtown building owner, business owner, and also the developer of a future project, The Grove at Brentwood. Some of you have possibly heard of. And I just wanted to chime in on the importance of the DBC to me and Kristen's work. early on in my project, I brought this to Amy Tilley and I spoke with her. She was incredibly enthusiastic and supportive and really gave me a lot of confidence to move forward with the project. And now that she has left and I've continued that work with Kristen, and she's been equally supportive and enthusiastic, and I speak with her a lot. She helps me in a number of ways, gives me a lot of good information, and she's just been a fantastic resource. And I've lived in this community my entire life. Went to Liberty and been here for a long, long time. And I've seen this downtown area grow and thrive. And for those of us that have been around a long time in Brentwood, it wasn't always that way. And a huge, huge part of my desire to move forward with this project is the DBC and Kristen's work, and just the overall, community support and the events that now happen downtown. And as many, many business owners have, testified to, that it's been a huge support. The vibrancy, the life, the downtown area is the core of any community. And, we definitely want to see Kristen continue her work, and she's doing a fantastic job. So just want to throw my support behind her and her position.
Final speaker on Zoom is Maribel. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everybody. It's Maribel, and I just want to thank Kristen so much. I think that this role is incredibly important. Last year, after shortly meeting her, we connected about a fundraiser that we were doing with Hijas del Campo for back to school supplies for our farm worker little ones. And immediately, right away, she was so kind, so thoughtful, just really thinking through what we could do to make the event successful, partnering with the lounge and Savino. It was so awesome. And I'm excited to be working with her again, so that way we can continue raising funds for our work, but to give back to community. And I think that this role is incredibly important, and, don't have to go and say what everybody else has already said, but just really thankful for her work and the gift of this role. So thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Comments from council members? Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah. We've lived in Brentwood for a while, like my husband said. And when we first moved out here, we had the Corn Fest, right? Everyone loved the event. Saturday night, my girlfriend came with me that doesn't live in the area. And we were just talking about how we used to bring our kids downtown. And I'm like, well, you're sitting where it used to happen, right? Inside the community center. And it's just, I appreciate you so much, because there was a time when we didn't have events for our families and our kids. It really slowed down, and we did have some open storefronts downtown. And I think just the investment that you all have made with your time and your dedication to the downtown has just really turned our city around. And I appreciate you as a resident. I don't think it's a secret that the first time you came, I was a little bit like, I don't know, I'm not sure about this. Like, are we gonna really have a return on investment? Because, the finance girls always think about the return on the investment. And I do think we have a great return on investment. You said something that kind of hurt a little bit, not for me, but for you. You said, I'm just a business owner. You're not just a business owner. Like, you really are a part of Brentwood, like a lifeline to Brentwood. So I appreciate you as a resident, because we are nothing without our businesses and the people who live and breathe wanting to make Brentwood better. So don't ever say you're just a business owner, because you're so much more than that. When I look at the financials, I know people are like, oh, the money, the money, the money. And when I think about, Park and Rec and all of the events we give them, we don't have the bandwidth to run all of the events that you run. Not only that, but we don't even have the financials to run what you run on the money that you get. When I think about fully loaded headcount, that is your pay, that is your benefits, that's your vacation pay, that is your pension obligation that we pay for. Those are the things that bankrupt cities. And we don't have to do that, because you do it all for us. And 12 events is a lot. And I don't think that people realize it. I should have asked the question before of staff, like, how much does it cost to run one event. I'm sure it's, I mean, you couldn't probably run one event for what you do, or maybe two events for what the MOU provides, but I appreciate you seeing you all out there, even with when you guys are setting up in the morning and I come by for an event and you have all the high schoolers there. It's really a community. It's not just the events, but it's the way you bring community together. So I appreciate you. Once everyone's done making comments, I'm ready to make a motion on this. So I'd love to make a motion on this item. And yeah, so I'm calling that one.
Other comments?
Yes. First off, I want to thank all of you, DBC, for everything that you do for our community. The communication, the collaboration, the diversity of everything that you bring to our community is amazing. I can't say enough, like just seeing all the events, the restaurants, the shops, everything that's open up, you're constantly striving for innovation. And that's something as a resident here, I'm beyond grateful and thankful for. And Kristen, everything that you do for our community, I'm beyond grateful to you for. And we're constantly saying like, oh my gosh, Amy did this, Amy did this. Amy created her own legacy, but girl, you're creating your own legacy. You are amazing. So be proud of everything that you're doing. And we're beyond appreciative and honored to have you here with us. Thank you.
May I go, Madam Mayor? Or was,
You can go.
oh, it was, if your were raised, I'll yield and wait.
Okay. The DBC was probably one of the first groups that jumped on board with Tony Orlemans when I first got onto council. And yes, I had to give it to Amy because Amy was the person that reached out, but it's all of you as a whole that started bringing me into those events and getting me to understand how strong our downtown actually is. It's my district. And I wasn't even as clear until the DBC started with including me in part of those events, bringing us along, and then watching the downtown change, watching the difference of when there was a cigar lounge at Crown and Crow, and that was about it 20 years ago, to now on a Friday or Saturday night, you can't find parking. I walk from my house to the downtown, and it's about a mile away just because I can't find parking out there. So you guys are doing an amazing thing with the city of Brentwood. And we truly appreciate that. And it does not go unnoticed. And Kristen, you probably spent a week trying to get a hold of me because I didn't recognize your number on my phone and I wouldn't answer it. And then finally you texted me and I realized who it was. But the tenacious, the won't give up. I'm just going to keep pushing for what I have to do because that's what I'm here for. So thank you guys. It's amazing. Thank you.
All right, so it's my turn. One, I have to say, is that okay, Mayor?
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you. First and foremost, I'd like to say, Kristen, you had some big shoes to fill, and you've done an amazing job. I wanted to say, let's be honest, if it weren't for the DBC, we wouldn't have had a KTVU zip trip in downtown Brentwood. I know that there are several awards and recognitions that we've received for our Main Street. And I'm always honored when I drive people in downtown Brentwood to talk about all the accolades and highlights. I know that there have been questions about the house. Kristen, there was no explanation needed for that house. I appreciate that. We've always talked about as a council, we need a visitor center. And I couldn't think of a better organization than the DBC to be in that house and be our visitor center. I know there's been questions of fairness to other organizations, and I just have to say, you're before us right now. And so it is our job as a council to listen to your needs, to listen to our residents and the business owners. And man, it warmed my heart to see how many of you all stood up together as community and spoke up. I know that we consider fairness and equity, but I think that the evidence proves how fair our reach is, and that there's ways that we can go even further. One of the things that I do want to mention is I know that we looked at, there was given to us was the amount of money, and Hovid, I know you want to make a motion, but I'd like to discuss some of the stuff before you make the motion. I know that we were given, and it looks like we round about I did have a question to Carrie, or actually, I'm sorry, I'm used to Carrie sitting in that seat. Christine, if the amount that we got from you all for, that was spent in 24 through 25, did that also include the amount that we're paying for the staff, or was this just for grants and contributions? Should it have been 190 something, or was that inclusive of the, was it like 75,000?
I can take that one, Vice Mayor Pearson. So I prepared that information, and we kind of reviewed it all together. But yeah, it includes the direct contribution. So that's the MOU, any economic development grants, and fee waivers.
Okay, because I would just ask if we can upfront and give a full inclusive number that would include the economic development grants and some wiggle room for other activities. So instead of I know last year was 124, they didn't go up much between 23 and 25. So I would ask that we renew the MOU, and if we can, Jovita, when you make your motion, could you do an all-inclusive amount versus here's what it is, and then they can come back later on for economic, like separate stuff?
They're different buckets. This is from the general fund, and I'm sorry, I'm not the finance person. This is from the general fund, and the other money comes from the economic development fund from the sales tax license fees. So they've got to stay separate. So I understand what you're saying, but
yeah,
but we can't keep dipping into the general fund. We need to actually keep those monies in the economic development sales business license bucket.
But are all of them? I don't think all of them are from the economic development grant. Like
their
the waivers?
Their waivers, you don't give them money. You count it towards, it's not, from a P&L perspective, you're not giving them cash. You're just giving them a waiver.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. No, I get what you're saying. I mean, yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like, just so we have a better
but because
grasp
it's
on it?
different accounting buckets, we got to keep it clean.
Yeah, and then can I ask them actual, how much, without her telling all her business, is the amount that we give, is it sufficient to maintain the level of service? Kristen is at everything.
Do you want Kristen to come back up, Mayor?
Yes,
or the board president, if that's an easier question for her.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think about that. You guys are making me sweaty.
So, truthfully, Kristen is underpaid compared to other downtown districts. And what we approached her with $80,000 because that's what we had. And we would love to be able to give her more and give her more benefits and actually also create more staff, because it's getting to the point where she needs some part-time help. So, and we're, she is on the phone or visiting with people or meeting with people all day long. And in addition to doing the events and, networking and trying to get sponsorships, I mean, it's really a job for a committee of 2 or 3 people. And she's doing it all right now with a little bit of help from the board. So
yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. That's what I thought. I know at one time you all had some interns possibly in there, but I know that you probably need more of a full-time staff versus just an intern.
Yes, interns are great for handling some of the smaller tasks, but really with the amount of events that we're doing now and the amount of advocacy we're doing for the businesses and working with the city on different projects, it's just, there's a lot of buckets to fill. And she's doing them all right now.
Yeah. I think I agree with Councilmember Mendoza on that, thank you for that, Lynn. Sure. I appreciate it. The cost relative to what our staff would actually spend to throw events. And we've already heard from our staff several times, Park and Rec, about bandwidth as we, continue. So to keep the momentum that has been set, Councilmember Mendoza, when you make your motion, I'd love to second it.
Yeah, I have a question real quick. So if we're talking about increasing the amounts, we know we don't want it to come from the general fund. Is this something, when we do economic developments, can we put in a line item for extra funds just to support the DBC and their activities? Or do they need to be specific for an event, for the way the ballot measure was written? Because we always do it for events, but could it be like we do 80,000 here, I think it's 80,000 here, and then when economic development grants come, they still ask for the same stuff they ask, but can we have an extra bucket so that it's not coming out of the general fund?
So I would appreciate just maybe a minute to look that up in the municipal code to make sure that we don't go the wrong direction. My initial assumption would be, yes, you can do that. But let me just make sure that you don't approve something and then we have to come back and correct it later.
Yeah, I just don't want that.
Mendoza, wasn't there a time when we tried to look at the art fund?
I don't think
some of the events.
I don't know if we can use the art fund because when Katie did the research on that, but maybe, okay, how about,
Harold has his hand
go ahead,
raised.
Harold.
So Mayor G. Harold Duffy, the city administrator, I just want to remind the council what this item is scheduled. It is one, a report, an update, and the other is to give staff direction. And the direction would be to come back with an MOU. So any direction tonight would give us have us come back to the council with an updated MOU, and we can identify and outline sort of the scope that you would want.
Okay, how does the council feel about doing 90K for the MOU out of the general fund? And then when the grant time comes, we can discuss more of how flexible that ballot measure was when it comes to our spend.
It seems to me, and just jumping in the middle, when we initially did the MOU a year and a half ago, they had come forward and had already agreed on the MOU with a number, but we didn't like the number, so we raised it. So why don't we just give staff the opportunity to come up with a number with the DBC, and if we don't like it, we can change it, as opposed to putting limits on it here.
Does it have to come back again if we change it again?
Or it has to come back again for our final
Yeah, but do
approval.
we need it a third time? That's what I don't want to do a third. Can we, how do you guys feel about 90K?
I'm okay with that.
I am too, but I do want to make comments still. We're not
okay,
ready for motion.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, I've been very patient. I want to say it's one of the harder things about being mayor is that traditionally the mayor speaks last. So by the time I get to speak, all the great stuff has been said. So I would like to thank my fellow council members for saying some wonderful things, but I do have some things to add. I am kind of a newbie to Brentwood. My family and I moved here 16 years ago only, so yes, newbie. But I, at the time, remember thinking how exciting it was to live in an area that had a downtown. Not every city has one. And we all have to consider ourselves lucky to have a downtown for so many reasons. One of them is the fact that it is such a gathering place. It is such a place where we all come together. It's a destination. It brings people in from other cities. It drives economic development, and it drives us culturally coming together through events. I've just really enjoyed the way it's blossomed over the years. I was initially, when I heard about it, without a doubt, excited about it, about building the position, taking part in Main Street America, all of those things, very excited about it. And Amy did do a fantastic job, and I think she was what was needed at that time, and Kristen is what is needed now. And she's picked up exactly where Amy left off and built this into something even more beautiful. So I have to thank Amy for what she did to build a foundation that Kristen is now taking and running with. And that's an incredible thing, because I do feel very, very grateful that we have you, that we have your board. I've worked with board of directors before, and so, and I'm an executive director for a nonprofit myself during the day. So I get some of what you're feeling. I get what you're putting into this. Your board is amazing. The board of directors, and I don't think we've said enough about them, they've given their heart and soul to this to make our downtown, like, as it was said, the heart of the community, and done a fantastic job with that. And we see, the community sees the effort you put in. We see the hours that you put in. We see the investment you make personally, professionally, and it really has built something amazing. So thank you, board members, too. The idea of all of the developments that have happened since. So the increase in social media engagement is huge. The expanded focus on agritourism, which I personally absolutely adore. I love seeing that that ag kind of component being brought into the events and the partnerships. I love that you've been involved with helping downtown to become ADA compliant. That is really important. It's something that we've tried to focus on our Aging and Disabilities Committee too, but you've been able to really take that and run with it as the person who leads downtown. And in addition, working with Working Wonders, for example. So I think the idea of the inclusivity increasing as well, this is all just really means a lot. We're in the right direction. We're moving forward, the empowerment of youth, all of the things I'm so excited about. So I, again, coming in last, had to think of some things that hadn't been said yet. So the idea of the growth from the beginning, from the time I've moved here, even through COVID, when so many businesses were struggling, and downtown struggled too, but we made it through. We made it through, and we've become even stronger, and we are a destination. And when you go to events downtown, you're seeing people from all over the Bay Area and sometimes even beyond that. And so the idea of kind of making that partnership with the ag tourism piece and bringing in people after fruit picking, for example, I love hearing what you're saying, and I love that vision because I think it's exactly who we are and how we maintain what Brentwood has made to so many people while still recognizing the beauty of the cultural growth and the beautiful legacy of the farming. So thank you for all of that. And with that, I think we're ready for a motion.
My apologies. Just wanted to get the information out there regarding the municipal code. And so it does indicate on a project by project basis, that's how these funds are to be applied for. And then it's up to the discretion of the city council. So the ordinance does specify a project by project basis, although it also states, it's for the purpose of general economic development purposes, but on a project by project basis.
Thank you for that, Carrie. So how do you feel about what we talked about? 90, and then when we get the grants, we'll go through the grants and then we'll see what else, if possible, we can do. Vice Mayor Pearson, how's that feel?
I have no objection to it. In addition to, you would be renewing the MOU all the way through 2027, right? Or
It's
2028.
Yeah, 27. So I'll read the motion. As detailed in the staff report, I move to direct staff to develop and return to council with a new MOU to continue the partnership at 90,000 with the DBC for the fiscal years 2026 through 27 and 2027 through 28.
I second that motion.
Can we get a roll call, please?
Jovita, excuse me, Councilmember Mendoza.
It's okay.
Per fiscal year.
90,000? Yeah, 90,000 per fiscal year.
And still a second?
Yes, same second.
Councilmember Maloney?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson?
Yes, and I'm alone in the room.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes. Congratulations, that motion passes.
Thank you all for coming out. I really appreciate it.
So now we're going to move backwards to open public hearings with item G1. Harith Aleem, Director of Parks and Recreation, will present the next item regarding the Landscape and Lighting Assessment District number 23-1, Orchard Grove. Before we start, does anyone need a short break? We're good? Okay.
Mayor, I do. I'm disabled. I've been insulted several times and I need a break.
Okay. 4 minutes,
Thank
5
you.
minutes?
Just about 3 minutes, just for
3
bio.
minutes. Okay. Thank you. We can get started again as soon as everyone takes a seat and is ready to go. Back into item G1.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. My name is Harith Aleem, Director of Parks and Recreation. In accordance with the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 and Proposition 218, this item represents the final step in the annexation of territory to Landscape and Lighting Assessment District number 23-1, Orchard Grove, as annexation number 1. Upon annexation, the city will be authorized to levy annual assessments of 30 single-family residential properties and 4 duet units within the Orchard Grove North development, located north of Gracie Lane, between Adams Lane and Lone Oak Road. On May 27, 2025, the City Council adopted Resolution 2025-55, initiating the annexation of territory to the district and preliminarily approving the engineer's report. The proposed maximum assessment rate of $1,698.71 per single-family parcel and the estimated maximum annual revenue that can be generated is $56,050. These figures are fiscal year 25-26 dollars. The maximum assessment rate will be increased each subsequent fiscal year by the annual change in the Consumer Price Index. The City of Brentwood conducted a public hearing on June 10th, 2025 to consider the proposed annexation of the Orchard Grove development in the district as annexation number 1. At that time, the annexation could not be approved because the developer had not yet established ownership of the property associated with the Orchard Grove North development. As a result, the public hearing was continued until a date uncertain. On October 30th, 2025, the developer established ownership of the annexation area, and the public hearing was rescheduled for this evening, January 27, 2026. The annexation of territory to the existing district requires property owner approval, and notice and ballot was mailed to the affected property owner as required by Proposition 218. The ballot can be opened and tabulated by the city clerk after the close of the public input portion of the public hearing this evening. If the property owner's ballot is favorable, city staff recommends council adopt the attached resolution, which will give the approval of the final engineer's report and confirm the annexation of the Orchard Grove North development into Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District number 23-1 Orchard Grove. Staff and virtually on Zoom, the city consultant, Francisco and Associates, are available for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Harith. My big question is, why is my face up there instead of Harith's? It's unsettling. He's speaking. Why am I on? Do we have any questions for staff? No questions. Okay, moving into public comments and the public hearing.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of this item. I do not have any written, or I lied, actually, I do have. Sorry, it's all shuffled up. So I do have 1 speaker card in person. Melissa? Then I have no speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Moving into any discussion? Okay. The election in this matter is hereby called. Are there any additional ballots to be submitted? And we need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Maloney?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson?
Yes, and I'm alone.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes, thank you. Do I need to repeat that question, by the way?
For the discussion on the item?
Mm-hmm.
If there is any discussion, you may have that now.
Okay. And there doesn't appear to be.
And then you can take a motion on the next portion, which would be to confirm if there is a majority.
I don't believe we got an answer to the additional ballots being submitted.
I have no additional ballots. I just have the one, yes.
Thank you. All right, council motion, please.
I can make a motion. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution ordering the annexation of territory to LLAD number 23-1, Orchard Grove as annexation number 1, and taken all implementing actions.
There is one action just
Right.
prior to that. I have to be directed to open the ballot.
She's got it.
There, I move to confirm there is no majority protest to the formation based on the tabulation of the returned ballots weighted by assessment amount.
Second?
Councilmember Maloney,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Yes, and I'm alone.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes, the motion passes, and I would ask that the city clerk tabulate the ballots and read the results.
The ballot is a unanimous yes. So it is affirmative.
Thank you. And do we have a motion? Since there's no other discussion, right?
I will make a motion.
Okay.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution ordering the annexation of territory LLAD number 23-1 Orchard Grove as annexation number 1 and taking and implementing actions.
Do we have a second?
Second?
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Maloney,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Yes, and I'm alone.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes, the item passes. Thank you, Amanda. Moving into H1, Alexis Morris, Director of Community Development, will present the next item regarding oil and gas leasing and development.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Just one moment while we get the presentation on the screen. Thank you. So this informational item was requested by Councilmember Mendoza and Mayor Meyer. They requested a discussion of a potential comment letter on the recently released Bureau of Land Management Supplemental Environmental Impact Statement, or SEIS. A little background on the BLM SEIS, sorry for all the acronyms. The SEIS was prepared under the National Environmental Protection Act, which is a federal environmental law similar to our CEQA law, and an SEIS is similar to an environmental impact report prepared under CEQA. This SEIS is narrowly focused on the Bureau of Land Management oil and gas leasing and development in San Benito and Monterey counties. There are no sites in Contra Costa County analyzed in the SEIS. The SEIS is supplemental to a 2019 EIS, which was made for the larger North Coast region of BLM, which does include Contra Costa County. This focused SEIS was prepared due to a lawsuit settlement. So the Bureau of Land Management is currently accepting public comments on their SEIS. The public comment period ends March 6, 2026. The BLM is also hosting a virtual public meeting to receive oral comments, and that is being held on January 29th, just in a couple days. If anyone would like to attend that session, they must be registered to attend. They can't just log on and join a Zoom. They have to be registered. And links to register for that meeting and to submit a written comment if the public is interested are provided in tonight's staff report. So tonight, we are seeking council's direction regarding whether to submit a comment letter on the SEIS, and if so, requesting that council provide direction on the comments that should be included in that letter. And if we receive that direction, a letter would be prepared and submitted by the March 6th deadline. Alternatively, council could direct staff to prepare a general comment letter opposing oil and gas drilling near the city's borders. That would also be prepared and submitted by the March 6th deadline. That concludes the report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Alexis. Do we have questions?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm looking at the map on page 73 of the agenda, and there seems to be a little red box near Brentwood. Do you see that one?
Yeah, so the map,
And I think it's identified as lands open for leasing.
right, so if I could, let me call that up and then share my screen one more
Okay.
time, if that's okay.
Because that's a little scary when you see lands open for leasing and it's like near you.
So, I'm sorry, why won't it open? Okay. Okay, could you share my screen now? This is the figure you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah. So my understanding is the entire area outlined in that darker gray line is that North Coast office territory. Okay. And so the 2019 EIS was prepared analyzing potential leasing and drilling activity in this entire area. The supplemental EIS, which is the one that was just released, is only dealing with areas in San Benito and Monterey County. So again, it's building off of and supplementing a previous document that dealt with a much larger project area and many more communities.
Do we know why they would have called out Contra Costa? And I guess, I mean, it might be discussion, but do we know why they called out Contra Costa because the notice, when I went in to see the notice, the document said they weren't available until Monday. So I just saw them, was it Monday? Do we know why they called out Contra Costa if Contra Costa isn't of interest?
I don't know why, but I believe it's because the North Coast Field Office encompasses Contra Costa County, Marin County, it encompasses all of those counties. And so they're naming what the North Coast Field Office has jurisdiction over. But if you look at the actual SEIS, and I have to admit, I haven't read all 100 pages because I just got the assignment, but on page 16 of the SEIS, let me see if I can, is my screen still being shared? Sorry if this is making anyone seasick. Yeah, could you stop sharing for one moment and so people don't have to suffer through that? Okay, can you share now? Sorry. So this is the executive summary, the introduction of the SEIS that we're discussing says the alternatives considered in this SEIS includes implementation of 2 of 14 gas leases for these Hollister 1 and Hollister 2, which are the locations in San Benito and Monterey County.
Okay, so we don't think there's any risk, even though there's a little red dot.
Right. Well, that might be subject to previous 2019 activities. There may be leases and all of that take place, but that's not what's being analyzed specifically in this SEIS. So there are leasehold areas identified in that red square that we just showed. So in 2019, they analyzed activities for all those areas showed in red and blue. It's just this particular document is not dealing with our areas in Contra Costa County, if that makes sense. So there may still be considering leases or drilling activity in that red area, but under a different action, a different SEIS, final EIS from the BLM.
So I guess, sorry, more questions. So my question is, since there's a red dot and they might be considering it, is it worth sending in comments? And I take it back to what happened here on Lone Tree, right? Like, it's not in our city, but there was a risk of maybe something happening near us, and as a city, we sent in a letter. So I don't know.
Well, I think there's different mechanisms, right? So a comment letter on the SEIS can be drafted and sent by council. The content of that document just doesn't happen to deal with Contra Costa County.
Okay.
The council could send a comment letter to the BLM largely about their oil and gas leasing activities in Contra Costa County and how the council particularly feels about that. It just isn't necessarily triggered or has to happen by March 6th if it's not a comment on this actual document.
Okay.
Does that?
Thank you. So continue the questions on that. If we were to send a letter, a comment,
and say that it was a general comment about our opposition to oil and gas near the borders of Brentwood, near homes, near whatever, according to what the governor's latest distances recommendations are. That could still be related to it, though. That could still be submitted to this as a comment. And even though it's not directly involved, it's still, because Contra Costa has been mentioned, there is some relation.
It certainly could. I might recommend to have most effect, you would probably send it to different agents, different departments within the agency. So not just as a comment on the SEIS, because that process is similar to CEQA. So when you get a comment on an EIR and it doesn't actually have to do with the content in the EIR, all you have to say is noted.
Got it. Okay.
You know, so you can still certainly do that to register the council's opinion through the SEIS process, the comment process, by March 6th. You can also send letters to the agency, the same letter, to different factions of the agency. So it's not just noted and filed through the SEIS and it doesn't get to other folks in the agency, if that makes sense.
So it's an and kind of situation. So could staff then recommend these other departments or whatever that you're talking about?
I would have to look into that. I'm by no means an expert on the Bureau of Land Management and how they're organized. We can certainly look into that and see what the regional who the regional represent, because remember, this is a North Coast office, so I'm sure there's leadership for that office. I'm just not an expert in the BLM, so I'd have to look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I might, the council may also want to send a letter to your federal representatives as part of that process too. And I do want to make one point of clarification. When the director started her presentation, she referenced that this item was from the mayor and Councilmember Mendoza. This item was actually put on the agenda by the city manager's office after having a conversation, because there are two ways to get things on the agenda. One is a process that requires us to do a future agenda item, then come back and put the item on for discussion. And by that time, I felt it might not be enough time to have this discussion and get direction. So I placed the item on the agenda, gave the assignment to the director, and I just wanted to correct that record.
Thank you. Thank you for moving it forward more quickly. Other questions, or should we move into public comment?
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of tonight's item. I do have 2 speaker cards for in person. Melissa?
Just to clarify too, there is new leasing in that area, and there is another line aside from that dot. I was looking at the map earlier, right on the outskirts of Brentwood. Anyway, it is ask you to write another letter night. I am speaking to ask council to submit a letter of opposition during the draft supplemental environmental impact statement comment period. While the BLM's draft document concludes that impacts from new leasing would be minor, an ever-growing amount of independent scientific and public health research paints a more comprehensive picture, especially for the people who live near these sites. Peer-reviewed studies from California and across the United States consistently show that living near oil and gas development is associated with increased exposure to air pollutants, including fine particulate matter, nitrogen oxides, and volatile organic compounds such as benzene. These pollutants are linked to asthma, cardiovascular disease, cancer risk, and other serious health outcomes. Importantly, these harms are often localized, meaning they may not register in regional averages, but are actually felt by nearby residents. Research has also found associations between proximity to oil and gas operations and adverse birth outcomes, including higher rates of preterm birth and lower birth birth weight. These are not abstract risks. Preterm birth is one of the leading causes of infant mortality and lifelong health complications. The draft SEIS largely dismisses these concerns by relying on outdated public health analyses, regional emission averages, and promises of future project-by-project review. It explicitly declines to conduct updated environmental justice or cumulative health impact analysis, even though many communities in California already face compounding burdens from wildfire smoke, agricultural pollution, extreme heat, and water scarcity. This doesn't even include the possibility of disturbing off-reservation sites that are considered sacred to the area's indigenous tribes, which the report lists as confidential, the areas, not the tribes. Water resources are another major concern. The SEIS states that oil and gas development uses a small fraction of regional water supplies and presents no new risks. But in a state defined by droughts, any added risk to groundwater or surface water, especially contamination that can persist for decades, poses a serious threat to residents, agriculture, and local economies. Cleanup, when contamination occurs, is slow, costly, and often incomplete. Perhaps most troubling is that once leases are issued, local control is dramatically reduced. Cities and counties are left responding after impacts emerge rather than preventing them in the first place. This is not a question of whether every possible well will cause harm. It is about whether we are willing to accept avoidable health, water, and climate risks in
Next speaker is Oksana.
Hello, council members. And Madam Mayor, I apologize. I moved in 2019 and I came in at the tail end of the Measure L conversation. And actually your campaign caught my eye. I was one of the moms that was commuting on Vasco Road and I was like, I don't want sprawl development. This is crazy. We need to think about this. And so just wanted to kind of, I don't remember what I voted, to be quite honest, because it was a crazy time in my life. But I started to do a little bit more research and realized that like not all developers are created equal. And we have some local developers that are investing in certain areas. So my question is that specific area that was Measure L, the Ganacho family owns it. And there's federal split estates where some estate holders own the agricultural land and then the minerals are owned by the federal land. I was trying to do some research to see if those specific parcels were split federal or estate lands. And I think all of us in Brentwood are like, yay, no drilling in our backyards. And so I think it would be worth it to look into, some of that information is not available to the public. I've called the Planning Commission office in Contra Costa and had my friend who is an urban rural developer help me look at some of those parcels. And it's kind of a little hard to find which ones are the federal split estates and which ones are kind of in that pink dot that was shown in Contra Costa. I think this is something that it's worth looking into. None of us want drilling back there. They're not pretty. It's off by Willie's Bagels. That's where I go to all the time. And my kids play at the park, and it would be really nice to see if that 1,700 acres is part of that split estate. Thank you.
I have no additional cards in person. I do have one hand raised. Tracy, go ahead.
Hello. This time I promise to be more calm. The only thing I want to say is that I hope you do issue a letter of opposition and try to fight it as long and as fast as you can. It's just a matter of time before they come. And, you know, the sooner we can try to avoid it, the better. And that's it. Thank you.
I have one additional hand raised in Zoom. Cinziana, go ahead.
Good evening again. Please issue a letter of opposition as we did several years ago and that was approved in unanimity by our city council. we need to protect our city. If you know, you look back at the history, Brentwood's always been an oil field. And currently, a lot of the homes on the west side of the city and even all the way to Fairview, they've been built on oil wells, capped oil wells. And we know very well, it's been even on the news that you know, it has a negative impact on our community, and having drilling at the border of Brentwood, it's gonna be even worse, and it's pretty much in people's backyards. And as it's been projected, if I remember correctly, it was 3-4 years back. It's at a distance less than what the current regulations are asking for. So reinforcing the fact that we're opposed to it, we're opposed to oil drilling in people's backyards, will send another signal up to whomever intends to drill around Brentwood. So please consider doing this. It will be very appreciated by the residents who currently suffer from the negative impact of their homes being built on top of capped wells as it is today. And by the way, Bridal Gate is the same thing. It's been neglected by 2 of the current council members that we have on the dais today. One is remote, by the way.
It's just,
But
please relate it to oil and gas. Thank you.
the thing is, we need to send a signal that we're opposed to this. Thank you so much.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Moving into council discussion.
I would like to send a letter just reiterating kind of what we sent back in the day. What was it, 2021, I think? 2021. No, it was before I was elected, 2020, I think is when we sent the letter, just kind of reiterating the same thing that we oppose oil and gas drilling just for the health. I know there's a 3,200 foot buffer now that we didn't have then, but just reiterating that there is a European company that continues to have their eye on Lone Tree, and there is an active application with the county that they have not removed. I think they're just waiting for people to stop watching. So I think just making sure that people know where we stand on oil and gas drilling is always just a nice thing to do, and this is a good opportunity to do it.
Councilmember Maloney.
I think it would behoove us to not only send the opposition letter to SEIS, but also take the suggestion of our city manager to send it to our federal representative. And also, if we can, ask some of our senator representatives to also support it if that's possible as well.
I think a letter would be the least we could do, but I would kind of like, as opposed to just a general letter of opposition, when we were going through agenda review, we had talked about maybe specifically talking about on the EIS where they did not consider the health and safety of the neighboring communities, to address that specifically so that they know it's because we're concerned about the health and safety of our citizens. And that was one of the reasons, or one of the things they did not study in the EIS. So let's call that out as opposed to just a general letter.
Good point. Vice Mayor?
I agree with the sentiment of all the council so far.
Okay. Thank you. And I do too. And I think it's important to note too that our first moratorium was in 2022, and then the ban in Brentwood was in 2024. All of the health impacts have been noted. I think it's a very good idea to include those. And of course, the Senate Assembly and federal representatives receiving copies as well. And I think with that, we are ready for a motion.
Yeah, I can make a motion. So I'd like to make a motion for, if staff could please compose a letter, like Tony said, includes our concern over the health and safety of our neighboring communities, and just our opposition to oil and gas drilling in Contra Costa. And if we could follow direction from Harold and Faye to send it to all of our governmental partners, so Assembly, Senate, and then also federal, I think that would be great. Am I missing anything?
No, but I'd like to second.
Okay.
Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Maloney?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson?
Yes, and I'm alone.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes, and just to be clear, no other direction needed, right?
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay. Moving into item H2, Christine Andrews, Acting Finance and Information Systems Director, will present the next item regarding the 2025-26 mid-year operating budget and the 10-year general fund fiscal model.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. In June 2024, the city adopted its most recent 2-year operating budget. Pillars of the city's operating budget development process include funding set aside for future infrastructure and equipment replacement needs, and amounts budgeted specifically to address the city's unfunded pension and retiree medical liabilities. The general fund budget also includes the capacity to maintain the required 30% reserve of expenditures. Funding for essential services are then proposed and approved by the City Council. Tonight's update confirms that the city's general fund remains structurally balanced in the second year of the 2-year budget. Revenues and expenditures are aligned, general fund reserves are maintained, and proposed mid-year adjustments are modest and manageable. The updated 25-26 general fund projection is conservative and incorporates all known economic factors and the proposed budget amendments in tonight's action. The projection shows that the general fund revenues will equal expenses in 25-26, producing a break-even result. However, policy requires that 30% of budgeted expenditures be set aside as a reserve in the general fund at the end of each fiscal year. As annual expenditures increase, so does the amount required to meet this 30% target. At the end of 25-26, we project that $600,000 will need to be transferred from the budget stabilization fund to the reserve balance to meet the 30% requirement. The key takeaway is that the city's general fund remains structurally balanced this fiscal year. Next, I will summarize the midterm general fund budget requests. General fund revenues are expected to increase by $345,000 or 0.4% over the currently budgeted revenues. Sales tax are expected to come in about $351,000 higher, which includes a one-time true-up adjustment. The city's sales tax consultants expect sales tax revenue growth to be relatively flat in Brentwood in fiscal year 26-27, which is consistent with statewide projections. As detailed in the staff report, while some revenue categories are outperforming expectations, others are softening, and the net result is a modest increase that does not materially change the city's financial position. We'll now review proposed general fund expenditure amendments. The adjustments proposed tonight would increase the general fund expenditures by 0.3% or $220,000. As detailed in the staff report, total department requests of $279,000 of additional goods and services are necessary for the remainder of the fiscal year. This requested increase has been partially offset by one-time budget savings on county-provided animal services. Included in department requests are increases in parks and recreation budgets for sports and recreation staff, utilities, and tree service costs, an increase in the city manager's department for the purchase of a vehicle, an increase in the community development department for higher credit card processing fees, which will be fully recovered, an increase in police department expenditures for software costs, and finally, an increase in engineering for the Contra Costa Clean Water Program cost. The impact on the general fund from the combination of the proposed revenue and expenditure adjustments is favorable, resulting in a net increase of about $125,000. Next up is a review of the updated general fund fiscal model. The city prepares a 10-year general fund fiscal model to look at the long-term impacts of proposed budget changes and to ensure a sustainable financial future. The fiscal model is not a forecast of what will happen. It's a planning tool that shows where we are headed if current conditions persist. Importantly, it gives the city several years of visibility to course correct if necessary. The fiscal model, like the operating budget, is also conservative by design and includes estimated costs for future impacts, such as operational costs for amenities like the Sand Creek Sports Complex and increasing pension costs. Revenues are also conservatively projected, as the model includes slowing development and lower future interest income. This chart summarizes the annual results of the updated fiscal model. The balance of the general fund 30% reserve is shown in blue, and the budget stabilization fund balance in green. As you can see, the 30% reserve grows steadily over the 10-year period. As expenditures grow year after year, the amount needed to meet the 30% reserve requirement gets larger. The reserve increases from about $25 million in fiscal year 25-26 to about $34 million at year 10. The model projects that the budget stabilization fund balance will be at its highest in the current fiscal year and be drawn down over the next 9 years. Operating expenditures are projected to exceed revenues by about $500,000 a year. Plus, the amount needed to maintain the 30% reserve in the general fund is about $860,000 a year. And this will result in about $1 million remaining in the budget stabilization fund at the end of the forecast. At about year 5 of the forecast, you can see that the total 30% reserve and budget stabilization fund balance together starts to decrease. This gives the city kind of a 5-year window to pursue economic development opportunities with the important goal of increasing revenues. Additional revenues would support the 30% reserve balance without the need to draw down the budget stabilization fund and, at the same time, provide resources to maintain the high quality of life enjoyed by Brentwood residents. Next up is a discussion of pension paydowns. Council policy requires that in any year there is a general fund surplus after the reserve requirement is met, that the surplus is transferred to the budget stabilization fund. After the transfer, 50% of the surplus is required to be used to pay down unfunded obligations. The 24-25 general fund surplus was $1.3 million, and half of that will be used to pay down unfunded pension liabilities. An additional pension paydown of $600,000 from the budget stabilization fund is being recommended tonight. In June of 2024, the City Council approved a set-aside of $1.2 million of the 23-24 surplus. This set-aside was made as a good faith measure during ongoing labor negotiations now concluded. Staff is recommending that 50% of the set-aside be used for a pension paydown in accordance with policy. The 2025 Budget and Debt Management Committee agreed with the recommended paydown, but also recommended that the remaining 50% of the set-aside of $600,000 be deposited and reserved in the general fund for use on future projects or programs at the City Council's discretion. As detailed in the staff report, budget amendments are also proposed tonight for funds other than the general fund that have employees to contribute their fair share match of the paydowns. These pension paydowns reduce long-term costs, strengthen the funded position of the pension plans, and are consistent with council policy. Now, a brief discussion of city utilities and other fund amendments. The city provides residents with solid waste, water, and wastewater services. The charges for these services and the accompanying costs are accounted for in individual enterprise funds. These funds are self-supporting and do not receive any general fund support. The proposed amendments in the utilities and other funds are primarily for each fund's proportional share of the pension paydowns. We will now turn to issues on the budget watch list and next steps in the budget process. As we look ahead, staff continue to monitor several factors that could influence future budgets. First, consumer spending remains under pressure statewide. While Brentwood revenues remain stable, sales tax growth is flattening. Second, interest rates have stabilized but remain elevated compared to historical norms. This affects both investment earnings and inflation and will continue to be monitored closely. Third, while recent CalPERS investment returns are trending toward targets, future pension costs remain sensitive to market performance. If returns fall short, our required contributions could increase. Finally, construction costs and aging infrastructure remain long-term challenges. Many of the city's assets are reaching an age where maintenance and replacement needs will increase, requiring careful prioritization through the capital improvement program. None of these issues present immediate concerns, but together they reinforce the need for continued fiscal discipline and long-term planning. This will be a busy next 6 months as we work towards a brand new 2-year budget. The process will include a strategic plan workshop in the spring, followed by the CIP workshop and adoption, and finally, the 2-year budget workshop in May and adoption in June. To summarize, the general fund remains balanced and the 30% reserve target met. While we do not have capacity to add to the budget, we are also not in a position to have to reduce costs or services. The Budget Stabilization Fund is projected to be slowly drawn down over the next 9 years, leaving an estimated balance of about $1 million. In the intermediate term, the outlook remains manageable, provided the city continues its disciplined approach to financial planning. Finally, staff is recommending the approval of all of the proposed budget amendments in tonight's staff report. And I want to thank you. This concludes my presentation. At this time, staff is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Christine. Do we have questions?
I just have one. And I've been meaning to look at this, and I just haven't had time. Have we accelerated the surplus drawdown? Like if I were to look at the model from 5 years ago, are we dipping into that surplus more than we had anticipated about 5 years ago?
Thank you for the question. So no, because our forecasts in the fiscal model are generally conservative, we should be beating it most of the time, or otherwise, by definition, we're not being conservative. So we have projected minor reductions in the past. Now, things have come along that we hadn't anticipated. Costco would be your big one.
Yeah.
We didn't know that was coming a few years ago, and now it's here. And so that helps.
Okay.
So when we look at our projections, we tend to not include things that we're hoping for or that might come, not until we know they're going to come. That way we avoid spending or committing the money and then saying, whoops, on the other side, we don't have the revenue to pay for that. So it's actually better results than what you're seeing. So if you want to extend that, if I were to guess which side we'll land on, we should do a little bit better than that.
Okay.
But we don't want to say that and then have funding committed and then enter a recession that we haven't had in 10 or 12 years and then find ourselves having to cut. So that's why we are intentionally conservative.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I have one. When you talk about the conservative method for this projection, I'm curious if you can talk a little bit more about how that works, how you do these projections, because I think it's easy. It's easy for us to appreciate that you're conservative in these projections, but to understand really how that process develops.
So I could talk as long as you will have me. That was an open invitation. So, but I won't do that. I know it's getting late. So.
Thank you.
Yes, understood. So we are very conservative with, first of all, our development projections. So going forward, we're projecting, single family, maybe 150 units or so per year. So there's not a lot of, if we're under that number, it's not going to impact us too much because we weren't relying on it much to begin with. We don't have new innovation center revenues coming in. We don't know when that's going to happen. We don't know the impact that that's going to have on sales tax and job generation. All those sorts of things are unknown at this time. So we don't say, hey, in 5 years, we're saved by the innovation center. Nothing like that. So on the expense side, we're also conservative in the way that, so I think most places probably take a look at their current budget and say, well, we'll just add 3% or 4%. And so we actually work with CalPERS, get very detailed forecasts on these things. So that side is a little less, I would say it's more accurate than anything because, it's less of an estimate and more of a, you can kind of look, what are our pension rates going to be? What's our OPEB requirements going to be? That sort of thing. But we're also, we don't put extra staffing in there. So that's, in one sense, we're not being overly conservative in that we're projecting, we're going to need, 20 new staff to show up. And we're, kind of upping our expenses like that. That's not in there. So as the revenues come in, then we can do that. But generally, I would say the way to look at it is we go for accuracy, especially on the expense side when we're able to do so and know what's going on the pension and retiree medical. But on the revenue side, until it's fairly certain, you're not going to see it in there. And that's how we're conservative.
Thank you, Carrie. Harold?
Yeah, and I think Christine can probably put a slide up to show you. One of the things that they're doing is they're anticipating the expenses. So this model actually includes, for example, cost for support of the new Sand Creek Sports Complex. So they're adding those expenses in, so we're not surprised later on, oh, we have this issue. So they're really very good about those assumptions as we move forward.
Thank you.
And I
Christine,
can
you
add
also-
one more
thank
thing
you. I
to
was gonna
that
ask you a question.
discussion on the Sand Creek Sports Complex. For instance, one of the meetings that we had preparing for the 2-year budget right now is getting together with Parks, and they said, okay, what did you have in the 10-year fiscal model for staffing of Sand Creek Sports Complex? We're starting to pencil that out. It's going to be part of the 2-year budget. Where did you start it? We started it, I think, in 26, 27 and kind of ramped it in. So staff is also aware that we're doing this, and we kind of work together. We kind of, ask them, what do you think it's going to cost? Put that in, check with them again the next year. Every time we're updating this model, it's just constantly being managed.
Thank you. Christine, you also mentioned the flatlining of sales tax revenue.
Yes.
And the staff report was projecting $350,000 for sales tax revenue increase in 25-26, but that other than that, you were considering that to be a one-time only, not ongoing. Is that because of that?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of have a reset in the amount of sales tax we're getting for a major new retailer. We kind of reset the base. But going forward, what we're seeing from our sales tax consultants and statewide is a real slowing growth in sales tax revenue. And that's because I think prices are really hitting people. They're kind of dialing back some of their spending. When prices go up, we get a percentage of the price, right? So if prices are going up, you would expect that our sales tax revenue would also increase kind of like by the level of inflation. But people are making different choices and dialing back their spending across the state. So we're looking at like flat to 1% growth for the next fiscal year from our consultants' projections. That's how we come up with that. So yes, we've kind of already increased our base, but then we're not seeing like a takeoff from there right now in our projections. Again, we get together with our consultants quarterly, and if they have different information, we will incorporate that into the 2-year budget. We'll incorporate it into our every 6-month forecasts.
Great. Thank you, all of you. Appreciate that. Should we move into public comments, or do we have other questions? Okay, thank you.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I have no cards in person, or I do have one hand raised in Zoom. Tracy, go ahead.
Hi, I'm trying to learn about all this budgeting and what have you. And I see that in your projection, I'm just not even sure if what I'm saying is right, but you have a 10-year projection on the budget. And then somehow somebody has said that you've anticipated like what, 150 homes, or I don't know if I misheard that, but I'm wondering because of the California laws regarding housing, and they're making, all these changes to what can be, how much can be. So this number that was anticipated, is that taking into account what we're going to end up having to do because of the state? Does that make sense? But anyway, I'm kind of wondering about that, because if you have like 300 homes, you have property taxes on 300 homes, it just kind of depends on what the state requires or what we're going to end up with. So I don't know if that was taken into account or not. Anyway, that's all I had to say.
I do have one additional hand raised in Zoom. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. What caught my attention is the discussion around the aging infrastructure, and that's definitely a concern. So I really appreciate our finance team pointing that out. And specifically as a resident, just using our roads day in and day out, it's impossible not to notice the degradation that we've been seeing along the years. Brentwood used to be #1, having the best roads. I don't remember exactly if it was just for East Bay or the whole region in general. And now we just have like I mentioned already, seen degradation over the years. It's a real concern that a lot of the CIP projects that we had in the past couple years on the list have been unfunded, CIP projects directly related to our roads. So I would really appreciate to see a little bit more attention and funds allocated to road maintenance and really selecting contractors that are solid and do a great job, and just really getting a good value for our money that is allocated to road improvements. So that's really just one item that jumped out to me. But again, a big shout out to our finance team. They've been amazing along the years. I really appreciate everything they've done for keeping our city in a good financial state, and having that conservative approach to our finances. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Carrie, could you please respond to the question earlier?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So the way we do our development projections is we take the general plan and we take a look at what's left to build within the existing general plan, and we just phase that in over an extended period of time. And so we assume it's going to take a while, and that's what, when I say we're conservative, we don't assume it's going to happen in the next 5 years. So we just kind of drip it in over a 10, 15-year period. But that's all we can go with is what's in our adopted general plan. So that's what we're using at this point in terms of the unit counts.
Thank you. Okay, council discussion after, if we're closing public comments, I don't see any more, right?
I have no additional speakers.
Thank you. Discussion?
I really appreciate the thorough report. Thank you all.
As always, it was amazing being on the finance committee and actually being able to break all this down for the last year and a half, and the ability for you guys to be able to make all of this make sense to the public and somebody who has a high school education is incredible. So thank you for an amazing presentation.
I want to say thank you, and thank you for your staff time and all of your work on the budget subcommittee. I know it was an added task that you didn't have before, and I do appreciate all of the extra work that everyone puts in on it, because all your other departments have to give stuff to you first, and it comes to us, and so I appreciate everyone's efforts in this, and I always appreciate everything you guys do from a financial perspective. I know it's a lot of work personally, so thank you.
Vice Mayor, did you have anything?
Same thing. Thank you. It was a great report.
Okay. And Christine, I really enjoyed having you speak on this and present all of that in a way that does make sense, I think, to everyone and sparked some really good questions. So thank you. Do we have a motion?
I'll make it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before we do, Harold, did you have something?
I did want to give a big shout out to Christine. I think she did a fabulous job. And I also want to I shared this with Carrie. This is the first organization that I've gone through where the finance director hasn't received a 10-page letter from me in the very beginning of the process. So I appreciate that.
Okay. As set forth in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution amending the 25-26 operating budget.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Maloney?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson?
Yes, and I'm alone.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes, and that passes. Thank you so much again. Okay, moving into H3. Michelle Inglis, Management Analyst, will present the next item regarding ongoing and recurring purchases with specified vendors for fiscal year 2025-26.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Tonight, we are presenting a mid-year update to the fiscal year 2025-26 requests for council authorization of agreements, amendments, purchase orders, and change orders that exceed $50,000. Purchasing policy requires purchases of goods and services over $50,000 and legal services over $75,000 be approved by the City Council. In June, before the beginning of each fiscal year, policy requires approval for regular and recurring purchases and services with vendors that are expected to exceed these amounts. For transparency, policy also requires that purchases of any new services, new types of goods, or vehicles exceeding these limits must be brought to the City Council in a separate staff report for approval. Increases to the amounts approved in June, or vendors not originally included in June but are expected to go over the thresholds by the end of the fiscal year, are presented in January for consideration of approval. This January staff report provides transparency and includes the vendors with new or increased dollar amounts and the method of vendor selection. This item simplifies the authorization process by consolidating the regular and recurring purchases of goods and services into one staff report, as opposed to presenting dozens of individual staff reports for all purchases exceeding policy thresholds. All purchases with vendors presented tonight in Exhibit A have been reviewed for compliance with purchasing policy and are consolidated into one transparent report, allowing for efficient and uninterrupted regular city operations. This item does not increase the operating budget or authorize spending beyond the current approved budget. All purchases and service costs must fall within the amounts included in the adopted operating or CIP budgets. Staff recommends that the City Council authorize the regular and recurring purchases with the vendors in the amounts detailed in Exhibit A. In conclusion, each department is responsible for its respective vendors and amounts requested, and staff from every department are available to address any questions you may have regarding their specific items. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions for staff? Okay, public comment?
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I do not have any speaker cards in person, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you very much. Council discussion or a motion?
I'll make a motion, and it is as set forth in the staff report. I move to adopt a joint resolution approving and authorizing the city manager and city attorney and executive director of general counsel or designees to execute certain agreements, amendments, purchase orders, and/or change orders that have anticipated spending over $50,000 and $75,000 for fiscal year 2025-26.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Maloney?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson?
Yes, Mama.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes, and the item passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item H5, Anju Pillai, Engineering Manager, will present the next item regarding an agreement for engineering design services for the Lone Tree Way Union Pacific at-grade crossing CIP project.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. I'm Anju Pillai, Engineering Manager with the Engineering Department, and I'm here to present before you the agenda item H5. I'll be going through the details on the background of the CIP project 336-31706, the Lone Tree Way Union Pacific at-grade crossing project, our recommendation to the council for moving forward with the engineering design of the project, as well as the next steps. Going into the project background, so the Union Pacific Railroad that goes through Brentwood is also called the Mococo Line. It extends from Martinez to Tracy, going through Concord Naval Weapons Station, Bay Point, Pittsburgh, Antioch, Brentwood, and Byron. So the name Mococo in itself was from a major smelting unit in Martinez called the Mountain Copper Company that used the line in the early 1900s. So in Brentwood, the line crosses the city at 5 locations, namely Lone Tree Way, Sand Creek Road, Central Boulevard, Oak Street, and Balfour Road. The line has not been in operation for more than 3 decades. Additionally, a fire that occurred several years ago damaged the railroad trestle over by Marsh Creek, rendering the structure impassable. So, but despite its current inactive status, roadway improvements that affect the railroad corridor must be approved by UPRR and the California Public Utility Commission. So going into the project background, Lone Tree Way undercrossing. So Lone Tree Way is a major arterial in the city and has experienced heavy traffic in the past several years due to population growth. There is a bottleneck in traffic near the railroad crossing between Medallion Drive and Fairview Avenue, where there is only 1 lane in each direction. So for over 20 years, the city has been coordinating with UPRR on potential improvements at this location through a CIP project, which initially considered a grade-separated undercrossing. To understand what a grade-separated undercrossing is, this shows a rendering of the original project, which is an underpass. And as you can see in the rendering, the original project envisaged an underpass consisting of 6 travel lanes under the UPRR line. These are more renderings from the original plan. It shows the train tracks being supported by a bridge structure in its original location, while Lone Tree Way goes underneath as an underpass. The brick structure is supported by concrete columns. Efforts on this project, however, stopped in 2008, mainly because of lack of funding. However, and if this project were to be constructed currently, the estimate is projected at $40 million. So coordination efforts, after the after the efforts were stopped, coordination efforts were resumed back in 2022, when the city and UPRR held field diagnostic meetings to evaluate the railroad crossings at all the locations. And a revised scope was evaluated, which contemplated a 4-lane arterial along Lone Tree Way with median islands, bike lanes, and sidewalk. In March of 2025, staff worked with UPRR and got an approved variance request to the original undercrossing project and got an approval for an at-grade widening of the Lone Tree Way to 4 lanes on the condition that the safety improvements that was identified by the diagnostic team are implemented at all the 4 other crossings. So going back to the variance approval, we have 2 components to this variance approval. One is the Lone Tree Way at-grade crossing. This schematic plan kind of shows the improvements which are planned in that area, which includes widening of Lone Tree Way between Fairview Avenue to Medallion Drive. There'll be 4 travel lanes with turn lanes, bike lanes, sidewalk improvements, a landscaped median island, There'll be the green infrastructure, which includes the landscaping as well as any bioretention facilities, and also utility relocations because there are PG&E poles along the way. Second component of this various approval is the safety enhancements that we are required to do at all the other 4 crossings. This is not as significant as it is on Lone Tree Way. And it includes primarily ADA upgrades, which is sidewalk curb ramps, median islands, striping and markings, signs, lighting upgrades, and possibly a pre-signal at Balfour Road. With this, the current estimate for the updated project scope with their upgrade improvements is now at $21.75 million. So if you look at the cost estimates, the original project, if we were to have moved forward, would cost us about $40 million. And so now with the updated scope of at-grade widening and safety enhancements, it got reduced to $21.75 million. So this brings us a total savings of $19.25 million. Going into the funding sources, the primary funding source for this project is actually ECRFA. So for people who don't know ECRFA, it is a East Contra Costa Regional Fee Financing Authority. It's a joint powers authority that was formed in 1994 to coordinate and fund regional transportation improvements in Eastern Contra Costa County. It includes the city of Antioch, Brentwood, Oakley, Pittsburgh, and the unincorporated areas of East Contra Costa County. The authority board is made up of elected officials of these 5 member governments. As you can see, Mayor Meyer serves as a board chairperson, and Council Member Orlemans is her alternate. Alan Bachelar, Director of Engineering, is a staff person. So the core purpose of ECRFA is to establish a uniform regional development fee program across the member jurisdictions. They collect and manage revenue to fund transportation infrastructure that serves regional travel needs, coordinate planning and implementation of projects that address regional growth, mobility across. ECRFA maintains a comprehensive list of regional transportation projects, including major road widenings and extensions that are eligible for funding through the fee program. The ECRFA board reviews and authorizes additions or adjustments to a regional project list. Examples on the list include the Sand Creek Road extension in Antioch and Brentwood, Cypress Road improvement in Oakley, SR4 widenings, and finally, the Lone Tree Way railway crossing project. So our project is in the ECRFA project list. So the major changes, such as adding projects or changing priorities, typically requires a unanimous vote of the board, ensuring all member jurisdictions agree on the regional priorities. Staff would like to acknowledge Mayor Meyer as chairperson of the ECRFA board and Councilmember Orlemans as alternate, and thank them for their efforts to ensure that this project remained a regional priority and eligible for regional funding. The next funding source is a development impact fee, which is recommended for this project. So the development impact fees are collected through the city's development fee impact fee program. At a higher level overview, developers are required to pay mitigation fees at the time of building permit issuance, and the collected fees are then fund the design and construction of the public facilities such as parks, community facilities, utilities, and roadways. The widening of Lone Tree Way is currently included in the fee program as a roadway project and therefore eligible for the DIF funding. Summarizing the fiscal impact, these are the phases for this project. Based on the Nexus studies, ECRFA will fund up to 82% of the total project cost, which amounts to $17,835,000. The ECRFA board will approve a change in the project scope from an undercrossing to an at-grade crossing, consistent with our approved variance. And following this approval, the city will enter into a cooperative agreement with ECRFA for the allocation of its share of project funding. As you can see, the remaining 18% has to be funded by DIF. The required funds will be transferred from CIP 336-31695, which is Innovation Center at Brentwood Infrastructure, at the same time leaving sufficient funds to fund the utility extension project that was awarded in the last council meeting. So this recommendation is not expected to impact with moving forward with the Innovation Center specific plans, as extension of the Jeffrey Way will require right-of-way acquisitions from private owners, including the East Bay Municipal Utility District and East Contra Costa Irrigation District. And also it is anticipated that the future developments will be required to extend Jeffrey Way through conditions of approval. With that, I'm summarizing that this is a funding source, development impact fee and ECRFA, and a transfer of from funding from CIP 336-31695 to this project to get us to a total of 21 million for our project needs. After getting the various approval, engineering put out an RFP or requested proposals to find a qualified consultant to perform the engineering design services. We received 2 proposals. After thorough evaluation of the scope submitted, qualifications, similar project experience, references, and further negotiations on the cost proposal, staff is recommending Kimley Horn and Associates to perform the engineering design services for this project. With that, staff is recommending the City Council adopt the resolution approving and authorizing the city manager to execute a professional service agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates for the engineering design services in the amount of $1,104,755 plus funding authorization for a 10% contingency of $110,476 for a total funding authorization of not to exceed $1,215,231 for the Lone Tree Way Union Pacific at-grade crossing, CIP project number 336-31340, and amending the 2025, 26, 2029, 30 capital improvement program, and amending the 2025-26 operating budget for the associated project funding transfer. If this recommendation is approved, staff will issue the notice to proceed to the consultant to start the design services. Staff will engage with a CEQA consultant for review of the environmental documents for this project. Staff will enter into a cooperative funding agreement with ECRFA, and if everything works out, construction is anticipated to start in 2028-29. With that, I conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Anju. Any questions?
Can we hear a lot about accidents on Oakley on their at-grade train? What do the safety measures look like so that we don't have those same kind of accidents? Because this area is, I think, a little bit busy, right? So how are we going to make sure that it's safe?
So, at this point, there is a bottleneck in traffic at that location because you can see that, the lanes on the west side it's expanded, right? The Lone Tree Way is widened. Only there is this bottleneck right there, and that is possibly a reason for the accidents happening more in that region. So we, as part, Kimley Horn will also be doing a traffic analysis to figure out the safety features of this project. So in coordination with UP, all safety enhancements as needed for that project will be implemented. So it is our understanding that, with the widening and addition of lanes and other, complete streets elements, bike lanes, and street lighting, this will all enhance the safety of that corridor.
Okay. And what do you expect the frequency of trains to be once they're active there?
It's a very interesting question because we still do not know when the train will be in operation. Our communication with UP is that we have to design it in a way that the train will start tomorrow. But unfortunately, there has not been any timeline on when that train will go through.
So if we never did this, there would be never any trains coming through?
We do not know when, like when UP's plans are to have the train allowed through that railroad. But unfortunately, any improvements we have to do based on their guidelines.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question. With the widening of Lone Tree Way to 6 lanes, that's what I heard, correct?
No. So the original project, the underpass had 6 lanes, 6
Okay.
travel lanes. So when the UP had a field diagnostic meeting with the staff, they agreed upon a 4-lane. And based on our review of the project, 4 lanes will be sufficient for that corridor.
Perfect. And do we have to exercise eminent domain at all to take any of the land, or are we good?
We're all good. All the right-of-way was acquired ahead of this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's obviously it's going to take a little while to get this off the ground, so to speak, for it to not even be starting in 2 years until 2 years passes. But during that period of time, how is traffic going to be relocated or redirected, I should say?
Or you're talking when it goes into construction? At that time, definitely, we will have a traffic control plan in place. So the consultant will ensure that, if there is any closures are required, it will be, notified appropriately, and measures will be made to ensure that there is a traffic flow for all the residents. And we will make sure, most likely, it will be a phased out closure, so it won't be a complete closure, allowing traffic at least to go through. That is our understanding at this point, but these details will be looked at when we go out to construction.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, moving into public comments, please.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of this item. I have no speaker cards in person, but I do have 1 hand raised in Zoom. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I really like this project. I'm not sure how it came about. It looks like a great improvement for our city. However, I'm here to express my opposition from allocating funds from Innovation Center and directing them to this project. Innovation Center should be the #1 project going forward for our city. Is the only opportunity and possibly the last opportunity for our city to create good paying jobs for our residents. And I would hate to see funds being allocated to some other projects. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. And I think that is a good question to answer, because I think when we've talked about the funding transfer is not going to impact the progress of the Innovation Center, and I'm curious why the funding would have been allocated there first if it wasn't going to be impacting the progress.
I would request Alan to.
I can answer that. Regarding the Jeffrey Way extension, so as you know, if you will recall at the last City Council meeting, we approved, City Council approved the award of the construction contract for the utilities extension. That, as you know, and we fully believe that that's going to help the marketability of the PA1 or the Innovation Center area. So that's step 1. The remaining, we are moving funds from that project to this. That's our recommendation based on the opportunity we have to utilize and access EQRFA funding for the Lone Tree Way improvements. The intent is for the Jeffrey Way extension. Currently today, there's really no need for that roadway. There's no circulation issues right now in that area. And with future development, when it does come through, the city, we anticipate there would be conditions of approval on those developments to complete the improvements at that time. But again, the utility extension itself, I think, is going to improve the marketability of the Innovation Center area.
Thank you, Alan. So I think for me, the question is still, we did initially have that money, those funds allocated to that expansion or that extension, and now we're not saying it's necessary. Just want to understand how that worked.
That was at a time, I think, when the project was originally created, it was envisioning the city building Jeffrey Way extending Jeffrey Way from its current terminus to, I think it's beyond Amber Lane. So the idea is when developers do come through, we would still be able to, through the fee program, when they do build it out, they would be eligible for reimbursement from the city through fee credit. So in the long run, it's just, from staff's perspective, we don't see this as holding up development.
Thank you for that. Okay, council discussion.
Just to piggyback on that, so we took development fees from older developments and put it in this bucket, right, for innovation. And what we're saying is, yes, we had it earmarked for this, but because we're getting $17 million from ECRFA, it's worth moving these dollars from this bucket to this bucket. Okay, so what happens to Innovation Center? In the future, developers have to pay their fair share of the roads, right? So some of it will be paid by them, and then we'll still have some money left over, right?
That's correct. Yeah, when the developers come through, there's calculations and fee estimates that's done. So there is a balancing that happens. But yes, ultimately, if they are due reimbursements for the improvements they build, then they'll receive them through our fee program, and vice versa. If they owe us for their fair share, they'll similarly give it to us as well.
And while it's not perfect, like I would have preferred the above grade, I am concerned about the safety. I'll be honest, like I'm concerned about it, but getting $17 million from ECRFA, I think we kind of got to do it. We'll save our voters or our residents money. So I mean, I do prefer the above grade, but I will give in on this one. I don't like it, but I'll do it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Because I've got, okay. I did want to mention, I think, as far as being chair, by the way, that was last year. There's a new chair. So coming onto it last year, ECRFA is a very complicated board to be on, just like Tri-Delta, just like Transplan and State Route 4. All of them have a huge learning curve. And so for staff to have been as supportive as they have been throughout this process of learning, for me, has really helped a lot. I get support with the agenda. If there's something that specifically they think I should be calling out or questioning, they will let me know, which really helped, because jumping in on something like this is not, it's not an easy transition if you don't have an engineering background, and I don't. So thank you for that. And I think too, I remember Mayor Bryant talking a lot about attending ECRFA meetings and advocating, and in the year that I've been on there, and Councilmember Orlemans has seen this in his Tri-Delta work too, there's a lot of cities that are basically battling for the same amount of funds, and everyone has a priority project. So this is a big deal for us. This is a very exciting thing for us. We hear a lot. One of the major complaints we hear is about traffic and safety due to the growth that we've had in the city. So even though it's a little far off, I wish it could start sooner. I do really appreciate the fact that we've been able to collectively, as a city, as people who have been on that board in the past, that we've all kind of worked together to make this happen. And so thank you again for all of your support as staffers on this and for helping me with the learning curve. And with that, if we are ready for a motion.
I had a comment.
Okay.
I didn't get, sorry, you asked, but I was trying to unmute. I did want to say thank you to you, Madam Mayor, for your time on ECRFA, and Tony for your willingness to be her backup. It goes a long way when we have representation in these meetings, and just your commitment with having a full-time job to go into them. I just want to say thank you. I want to thank staff. This, I'm sure Council Member Maloney knows, our district is pretty much affected by the bottlenecking. It is dangerous. Since I've been here, there was an accident in that area of a child on a bicycle that had to be airlifted from that area. And so that is concerning, the safety and the bottlenecking, the people who try to race around to try to get a little bit further down Lone Tree. I even went to the doctor, and my physician who lives in Brentwood says she doesn't go down Lone Tree. She goes all the way around just to get home to avoid that bottlenecking. So yes, I'm with the mayor. I wish we could do this like tomorrow. I'm super excited for the improvements to our infrastructure. And I'm also grateful to staff for such an amazing staff report and presentation tonight. I'm also happy that we asked a couple of times about grants and how we can either get unique funding, and you all listened. And so I'm grateful. And then finally, it is finally nice to see some construction costs come in under what a previous estimate was. So that is always good news. Thank you.
And Harold.
Yes, Mayor. Part of the report indicates that there are 4 locations for construction in this project. And so while the main construction site is at the one Lone Tree with a significant cost, but there are also 3 other sites that you have to do some improvements on. And so when you talk about the 28-29 construction start date, are you saying that all 4 of them start at that point in time, or can the 3 of the others start ahead of that 28-29 date?
No, that cannot happen independent of the Lone Tree Way improvements. So once we have the consultant on board, we have to engage with UP for new diagnostic meetings, and then we have to enter into a construction and maintenance agreement with UP. So for all these improvements, so it will be a one project in one go. So all the improvements will be designed, and UP has to review all the plans. And then they enter into a maintenance agreement with us. When all these formalities are sorted out, then we go into construction in one go. So it cannot happen independent of the Lone Tree Way project.
And just to add, from the city staff's perspective, we'll do our best to push the Lone Tree Way Lone Tree Way improvements to go first. The other 4 locations, they're just primarily striping, equipment updates, ADA upgrades, and that will be done, but we don't see that impacting traffic during construction too badly.
Thank you. And we are ready for a motion.
I can make it. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates Incorporated for engineering design services for the Lone Tree Way Union Pacific at Grade Crossing, CIP project number 336-31340, amending the 2025-2026 to 2029-30 CIP and amending the 2025-2026 operating budget for the associated project funding transfer.
And I will second. Oh.
Go ahead. You go for it.
I'll second. Thank you. Amanda?
Councilmember Maloney?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson?
Yes, and I'm alone.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes, item passes. Thank you. We're going to move back into informationals, and we'll start with the Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. First, I need to address statements made earlier tonight that were both inaccurate and inappropriate. California Government Code expressly allows remote participation for just cause, including medical reasons. I'm disabled and my remote participation is lawful and appropriate. Suggesting otherwise is false and is disparaging to people with disabilities and has no place in this chamber. Rather than us sending a message of exclusion, the council should be clear that no matter your circumstances, abilities, or differences, you can have a seat at the table. It is particularly hypocritical that the criticism comes from the very person who previously argued in favor of remote participation for public comments so that they themselves can participate remotely. Despite my medical limitations, since our last meeting, I attended the MLK prayer breakfast, the Rock Church dedication with mayors and council members from Antioch, Brentwood, Oakley, Pittsburgh, and Mountain House, which included a representative from Senator Grayson's office, and Supervisor Scales Preston attended, and Supervisor Burgess sent a certificate, as well as I attended the DBC crab feed. I also want to correct the record that the LUD meeting, regarding the LUD meeting, the meeting did not occur because an anonymous email raised an agenda posting issue tied to the address where I would be appearing remotely, not because I was unavailable or unwilling to participate. With respect to the midnight basketball, a majority of this council voted to support and fund the program. My understanding is that the funds have yet to be actualized and dispersed to the intended recipient. Finally, while some cities and council members around the country and send council members around the country and out of the country at public expense, my trip to Europe at the end of last year was a personally funded vacation. Not a single dollar was paid for by the city of Brentwood. Any suggestion otherwise is false and libelous or slanderous. Those are the facts. Now for my district. I asked city staff what is going on at Big Basin Drive and O'Hare Lane regarding the electric pole and discovered that the pole will possibly be moved this summer. Additionally, O'Hare and Sand Creek, I noticed that the lights were only half on the street. And so city staff said they would check into what was going on with the lights going only half on. And then the greenery, I got a couple of comments about the lack of greenery in the art installation, that it didn't reflect what was pictured when the art installation on Sand Creek was presented to us. And city staff is looking into greenery being put there. Other than that, that's my update. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello, since the last time we've met, I attended a Cal Cities roundtable with the subject matter of economic development. I met with our rabbi, and he will be meeting with our staff, and we just want to make it clear that we don't accept any anti-Semitism, any kind of racism, any prejudice in our city, and want to make sure he and his congregation feel safe. Attended Supervisor Chanel Scales Preston's crab feed, attended the lounge's 3-year anniversary, the Downtown Brentwood Coalition members meeting, another Cal Cities roundtable around e-bike regulations, which had the most people I've ever seen at a roundtable. I think it was about 250. A lot of cities are having the same issues we're having around e-bikes. I attended the Cal Cities Academy and was happy to be joined by Carrie, which we kind of geeked out during the financial presentations. Attended the Brentwood Police Department recognition dinner. Attended the Downtown Brentwood crab feed, which was a lot of fun. Attended the opening with Amanda. We went and our planning commissioner, Chris Brand, to the VR Next Gen opening. And that is over at the Rail Lake Shopping Center if you like that kind of stuff. I didn't even want to put it on, like it kind of scares me. But attended the Contra Costa rapid response training in light of what is happening with ICE. Yesterday, I had the pleasure and the honor of attending the Urban League of the Greater Bay Area State of the Black Bay Survey and Gubernatorial Forum at UCSF. Today, I attended a Trilogy Fire Severity Zone meeting, and it was really sad because these people all bought their houses when we didn't have these red zones in our area, and now the updated county maps have red zones, and a lot of these people are going to be uninsurable or have really high insurance, and it's going to impact their property values and their ability to sell. And from what it looks like there's not much we can do at this moment. It would be nice if we could find ways to help them. Contra Costa County Fire is trying to help them find ways to lower their rates. There's a list of like 20 things you can do. And if you do those, you usually get a discount on your insurance from some providers. But elections matter, and we have a new insurance commissioner coming up in the state of California. So hopefully we get someone that can help with our rates. Thank you.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Thanks. Usually I'm loud enough without it, but okay. We had the Tri-Delta Transit Gender Review. Recognition ceremony for the Brentwood Police Department is a great event. And it was really nice hearing other officers within the building that weren't Brentwood officers. They were from other agencies saying, wow, I wish our department would do things like this for our people. So it is a shout out to the Brentwood PD that we do recognize our employees when they do great things. I attended the celebration for the 9-year anniversary with the Rock Church in Antioch, as well as the dedication of their new building at 501 Auto Center Drive. Thank you for the invitation, Vice Mayor. I had a meeting with the veterans regarding the construction on the fire station, about parking and whether they were able to move some fences around, and we're starting to work on that or see what fire can do to help us out with that. I attended a PAL meeting regarding the crab feed for PAL. The tickets are on sale right now, and the event is March 14th. And then the special meeting today of the closed session.
Thank you, Councilmember Maloney.
Hello, everyone. Since our last meeting, I attended a human trafficking fundraising event for Community Violence Solutions. It was a great event hosted by Vine and Grain and coordinated by Kyle Baker and Jessica Lopez. I'm very thankful for having members in our community actually advocate for the fight against human trafficking and awareness. I also attended the East County NAACP MLK prayer breakfast along with other elected officials and community members. It was a great event where Dr. Martin Luther King's legacy was remembered and instilled to be continued forward for the pursuit of peace and justice. I also attended an award ceremony for outstanding performance at the community center that awarded various achievements such as Mothers Against Drunk Driving Award, Legal Firearm Recoveries, Outstanding Community Service Officer, Outstanding Officer, and Dispatch for the Brentwood Police Department. I also attended the Downtown Brentwood Coalition Crab Feed, which was a sold-out event, and it was a great event. Thank you to the DBC for all that you do for our community. I also attended the League of All Cities Mayors and Council Conference, or Academy, and I'm also happy to announce that I was appointed by the Cal Cities president to serve on the Public Safety Policy Committee, and I was also appointed by the League's African American Caucus to serve on the Community Services Committee. And just for this year, the Public Safety Policy Committee priorities were identified as Prop 36 implementation, addressing fentanyl and other controlled substances, and wildfire mitigation and Zone 0 implementation. And for our Community Services Policy Committee, the priorities were identified as seniors and aging, parks and recreation, and access to open space and early learning, child care, and youth programs with a homelessness component to all three. Other than that, I'm here.
Thank you. Since we met last, I attended the League of California Cities Roundtable on Economic Development, the third anniversary of the Lounge celebration. I attended the Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service cleanup at Creekside Park, which was hosted by East Bay Regional Park District and the Marsh Creek Restoration Project. Lots of volunteer opportunities available through that group. So Earth Team, I think, is the group that was of kids there. The Cal Cities Roundtable on e-bike regulation, yes, it was hugely attended across the state. I gave a tour to a group of Cub Scouts and their family members of City Hall. Planning meeting for the Community Day of Service for 2026. This will be our third year, 2 years in a row. We've had approximately 700 volunteers and potentially around 30 nonprofits working together that day to support initiatives happening in Brentwood. At this point, the date is April 18th. Mark your calendars as a tentative. We're working on moving that forward. I met with East County Valkyrie Girls Flag Football to discuss options to work with the city. Thank you to staff for working on that. The annual recognition ceremony for the Brentwood Police, the Downtown Business Coalition Crab Dinner fundraiser, attended Contra Costa Rapid Response training to just really truly understand how to be an observer and a monitor if ICE does show up in our community. And with the San Francisco Immigrant Center moving into Concord, potentially by summer, I think it's something we need to be aware of. And then also attended the Urban League of Greater San Francisco Bay Area, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Breakfast, State of the Black Bay Area, and Gubernatorial Candidate Forum. And I am handing it over to Harold.
Mayor, due to the late hour, I'm going to pass.
Thank you. Okay, moving into, we are at request for future agenda items. And I have one. We used to do for LUD, I used to be on LUD. We used to do kind of a post-event follow-up where we'd get a response on ROI, we'd get just kind of a breakdown of what the budget actually looked like coming back after the project. And so I'd like to see that. It's basically grant reporting following events or however the funding is used. I think that was something that was really helpful for LUD members to be able to make future decisions and city council in general to understand how that money is being spent. Any questions on that?
Can you elaborate a little more on that, Mayor?
Yes, so following events that had been funded through LUD, there was I'm sorry? The grants, right? The grants. It was like a P&L following it. So they would report back to us, did they actually spend the money the way it was supposed to be spent? Did they have to make any amendments? Did they learn anything from this? It was more like did they meet the criteria through which they qualified for the grant? It's just
So it's my understanding that there is a report that they're supposed to be providing to staff. I did have that conversation with Abraham yesterday, and so I'll go back through and there are some organizations that have not done so. And so one of the things that we had talked about is when we come back in the new cycle, is that that's one of the conditions that they will need to comply with, or they should not be qualified or allowed to participate in the grant program the next year. But before Abraham leaves tomorrow, Thursday, I will make sure that we get all that, and we'll come back with a report back on that.
Thank you. And I do remember when I was on LUD that was a requirement, but I do also remember that some people had not complied. And I don't think, if you want to call it enforcement, I don't think the enforcement of that requirement was consistent either. And so I think it really needs to be a very clear requirement. And did you have feedback?
The actual requirement went away. Darren Gale asked to no longer do it. So I believe that that's what happened. He actually took it away because I had asked for it, and I think there wasn't enough staff time, but I think there's a way that we can figure it out.
Okay, great.
I was going to say the same thing. Without a full discussion, do we even have to have a future agenda item? It was not changed by council. It was changed by economic development with Darren without the request of it. So could we just go back without it coming back, since it was not a council directive?
Which is totally fine with me.
Yeah. It's actually, Mayor,
okay.
It's actually still in the guidelines, but here's what we can do is that I believe there's no need for a future agenda item request. I believe that we can just come back as a regular report to the council, and we'll have that discussion there.
Fair enough. Sounds good.
So we'll add that to our list of items.
Thank you very much. Okay. Moving into item J1, Vice Mayor Pearson and Councilmember Maloney will introduce their item.
Thank you. As I brought forward before, we right now have obviously big sporting events that are coming into the Bay Area. For example, Super Bowl, and in June to July, we're going to have FIFA. And one of the things that I've learned that our city has not engaged with the Bay Area Host Committee in the Bay Area, which is basically coordinating cities in Alameda County, Contra Costa County to provide different types of tourism to a lot of those tourists that are coming for those sporting events. So for the whole month, we're too late for Super Bowl, but for the whole month from June to July while FIFA's here, one of the things that we'd like to I'd like to bring forward to all of you for discussion is to have a tourism strategy for the city of Brentwood that focuses on day experience tourism, not necessarily locals that are coming here for that. And how do we do that? Basically with engaging our community and ag tourism stakeholders. I've spoken to Harvest Time, and I asked for this item to be actually put on the Ag Cultural Committee as well, just so it could be on their radar. To also engage Brentwood farmers and any of our local businesses, restaurants, retailers, event organizers, historical society, to basically come up with some sort of strategy for during this time. I looked at other cities, for example, there are day experiences for Morgan Hill, for example, that I found where a person that can come, they could go on a farm, do horseback riding, do picnics, do a wine experience. So those are the things that we don't have here. They don't necessarily need to stay here because we don't have the hotel infrastructure. But we can provide those day experiences, especially since we are the UPIC capital here in Brentwood. So I could see farm events, day experiences, wine events that basically partner with our historical society, with our downtown coalition, things that would invite that. And then we would just need to basically develop a marketing strategy and timeline that would work with all of our stakeholders to have that at least open and available during this period in time. Vice Mayor, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to throw some numbers out there. There's an The economic analyst for 2026 FIFA World Cup project that individual U.S. host cities could see projections of about $160 million to $620 million in economic activity due to this event. A lot of it will be visitor tourist spending, tourism, transportation, food and beverage. Of course, hospitality wouldn't be ours, but retail. Some things that people are hosting are like the things that the council member Maloney said, but even restaurant weeks that will encourage economic activity in places like our downtown area or other parts of our city. And or you pick weekends that would encourage that in our agricultural spaces. In a broader context, some cities have seen an upwards of $500 million in economic impact just on fan spending and tourism revenues. So I think it's definitely something that we need to look into and have a broader conversation. The only issue is that it's right around the corner. So this conversation, in my opinion, should be immediate and expedited with a return back from staff on some suggestions or comments as soon as possible.
Any questions from staff to council or from council to council?
Well, Mayor, I think one of the important components that we need to come back to the council with is, how are these other cities and organizations doing that? What is the infrastructure that they have? I think the council's right. We have the product. We need to get the product out there. And so one of the things we want to do, because of the short time frame, is I suspect that these organizations actually have additional professional and marketing help. And so what we need to do is we'll come back to the council with what they're doing and how they're doing the engagement. And we may be able to just to look at that and either seek additional resources to help, or just provide our existing material to the right marketing people to get us with in the right connection.
And I think learning more about it, for example, Pleasant Hill and Walnut Creek have already partnered up with the Bay Area Host Committee on their visitwalnutcreek.com, visitpleasanthill.com. And I think what they're doing is just bringing all their stakeholders to kind of bring their product and sharing it with the Bay Area Host Committee. So I think it's incumbent on how do we bring all of our stakeholders, create that product and share in it. So I think that's where we need to, like, what do we come up with?
Yeah, I agree. I think that partnership with the host committee, they'll probably help us generate ideas and marketing proposals.
So can you clarify, what is our time frame for being able to launch, so to speak?
So I think the event is going to start here in June. In order for us to have something concrete, people start to plan things out at least 2-3 months, some 6 months, some a year. It would be beneficial if we can have something by February. So the end of February from staff, just to kind of kick it off. And then when we hold our agriculture committee, just kind of talking to the ag committee folks on harvest time on how we can create those different experiences. I've already spoken to Jessica Enos about this, so that way she can get a heads up and start kind of thinking of different ideas as well.
So for a question for staff, how are we feeling about capacity to be able to pull off something significant? Or are you thinking maybe if the first time we do it, it's a little bit smaller, and then next time there's a little bit more capacity to expand and grow? I mean, I'm guessing it's Parks and Rec, but is it also you, or is it not Parks and Rec? I mean, who would be?
Well, I don't think it's Park and Rec.
Okay.
Economic development, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And no one's here from there?
Yeah. It won't be Park. It won't.
And they're shorthanded, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So it wouldn't necessarily fall to Park and Recs, because what we're talking about really is taking our existing items and being able to market it to the right organizations. And so I think we'll look at economic development, we'll look at the city attorney's office, and really look at casting a net to with other cities and other city managers to find out, to make the connection, to get to the right people to expedite this. I think Park and Recs, along with our other community partners, have products that we can pull together. And it's those products that need to be connected with the right organizations.
So
economic development that deals this 100%. Like in San Francisco, economic development drove this. It's not throwing an actual event because a lot of times the host committee is just looking for a space to go to for their events, like Harold said, for actual already existing products. So we wouldn't even need anyone to throw anything. This is just, hey, we have space. These are our offerings, and how do we come to the table to sit to drive more tax dollars being spent in our city?
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Question though, because we do have 2 people short now in economic development. Is that something you're feeling comfortable about taking on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think I was just going to say we could always ask our local partners to create the experiences themselves. We're just marketing or helping the marketing. So I don't think we necessarily need to create it. We're just the liaison.
And I think what's important is that we look at this from the standpoint of understanding the infrastructure, identifying what really works. For example, UPIC is such a standalone, unique opportunity, and to be able to, and I'm not, I think I'm there. I really, UPIC capital of the nation, of the world. I'm not quite sure yet, but it, just when I was coming to Brentwood and I got a copy of that map was so impressive. And you could spend weekends here, week after week. And I think that is such an opportunity to market. So we may want to look at, what can we do immediately and develop that strategy, and then come back the next time with a larger strategy. So our focus will be, what do we have shovel ready to give to someone to be able to say, tie us in with this organization?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great. If there aren't any other questions, moving into public comment.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item. I have no cards in person, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this?
Yes. So I think it's great. We always need tourism. I'm sharing my screen because I think what we have is a page. Can you see that? And it has the visitors on here and it has the buckets. I think we probably need to be a little bit focused on what we want. So like, okay, so wineries, what's our goal for the wineries? Is it, they can't spend the night here because we really don't have that many hotels here. So what does that look like? They're already doing a trolley. So do we think we need to expand the trolley? How do we help them bring in more people to do their tastings and buy their bottles? So like, I think that's one area of tourism. And then the UPIC one, I mean, that one they have, I think, they're golden on that. I don't know how many more people we can take on our roads for UPIC during that time, because it's so crazy. And then I think about events. And when, so for example, when you're talking about the soccer, I'm like, do we we don't have the soccer fields yet, right? We're not going to have them for that. But do we partner with someone like the DBC and say, hey, if you want to run this program to bring people downtown to celebrate, the World Cup, like, do we put up a big screen and you can watch a game downtown? Like, what does that look like? I think it's a good idea, but I think it's like putting it in these buckets that are very targeted. And what is someone already doing that we can just leverage and maybe help them a little bit? Because I don't think we have to own it all. Like you were saying, we could be like the liaison. But I think there's a lot of it. I think the FIFA one, definitely, if we could find a partner to help us do that and figure that out, that would be so fun. But I'd love to see Bad Bunny on a big screen, but we're going to miss that one. But so I think the FIFA one, I do worry about the FIFA one because a lot of people are saying they're going to boycott the games because Northern California got the worst pick of the games in the whole tournament, I think. So I'm not sure how many people we're going to get. People are trying to sell their tickets now. So, but I think it's a great idea. I just think maybe bucketing it up and who's doing it and where can we take them? And if we think there's a next level they can go to, how do we do that? So that was it. That was my only comments.
Okay, a motion then.
Can I add one more comment? I think that we're focusing on FIFA, but I'd like this to be ongoing, that we continue this for other events. So I think when we made this agenda item, it wasn't just for this event, but it was for future. To always be in constant contact of when we find out things are coming to California or the Bay Area, that we figure out a way to be involved and generate revenue to our city.
Yeah. You know, and just to be clear, what my goal would be is to help the city develop the infrastructure. So we take this sample and we run it through, and we develop a system where it's easy for us to put our best products into the system to make the connection. As Councilmember Mendoza said, we can take it to the next level of an existing program.
Okay.
You want to make the motion, Faye?
You can if you want to.
I'd like to direct staff time and attention to look into how we can begin to bring more, to work with, I had it in my head and I didn't write it down. Sorry. Just a second, because I gotta look at also my notes. How we can work to, go ahead, Faye, you do it. I'm sorry. I just lost everything I was gonna say.
All right. I would like to direct staff to prepare a tourism strategy for the city of Brentwood that focuses on day experience tourism, that leverages our Brentwood ag tourism and local amenities and captures basically the increased Bay Area visitation associated, especially with the FIFA event occurring in July, but also other events. And if we can engage with our local stakeholders to help liaison with them on creating that day experience or strategy to attract the tourists. Also to engage with the Bay Area Host Committee to create that line of communication where we're funneling our day experiences and creating that marketing strategy with our partners to advertise what we have and to attract the tourism.
And can we add to that and to return to the council no later than March 24th?
And could we do end of February?
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we do either early March or end of February?
No later than March 10th.
Okay. No later than March 10th.
I second that motion.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Maloney,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Yes, and I'm alone.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes, the item passes. And one more motion, please.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Did you say second? Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Maloney,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Yes, and I'm alone.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes, so we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.